I will call the meeting to order. Good afternoon and welcome to the July 14th, 2021 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. We have some folks that are appearing virtually for this meeting, and I'd like to remind those members appearing virtually that you ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak online, use the raised hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. We have all councillors in attendance with the exception of Councillor Andrew Stevens, who may join later, but he is away on vacation this week. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I get a motion, move a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I do have a point of order. I do have a concern with the agenda that was posted on Thursday to the initial bylaw for conversion therapy. And I am asking as to why that was changed. It was posted on Thursday, and then there was a change that did come out on Saturday. It was not a discussion of council, and I am disappointed in the governance that it was changed, and I would like a reply publicly as to why that has happened.
Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councillor Bresciani's question and to those members of the public who are wondering what had transpired, late last week, the city manager discussed with me as to the appropriateness of putting forward a bylaw with respect to conversion therapy that tried to balance the direction of council that was given in April, which directed administration to model a bylaw based on Saskatoon, as well as trying to juggle the other interests that were stated on the floor of council with respect to trying to find a balance and a unique Regina situation. The city manager, in his efforts to try and address the multiple concerns of council in this regard, inquired to me as to whether it would be appropriate to do so on the agenda, and I said that I believe that based on the interpretation of some potential ambiguity in the council motion, that I said that I thought it was procedurally fine. Subsequently, after some feedback, the city manager determined and asked me to put the original one back on the website. So that is the situation we're in today, so that the bylaw in front of you does not include a particular exemption, which was initially distributed and available early Friday. So that is the situation, Mayor, and that's where we are at today.
One moment, please. Councillor Moll, you wish to speak to the point of order? Okay, then.
Just in regards to the agenda itself.
Okay, well, one moment, please.
So if I can just continue, can I comment, or? Thank you. The concern that I have in all of my time on council, I haven't seen it where the city administration has put something forward, and if it is done, we as a council have always said that we need to do things publicly and transparently. And in this situation, that was not done that way. And when I ran, it was my promise that things to be done in public forum. So I understand there was councillors' emails that went back to the city manager and to administration to change this. But again, it should not be at a few councillors' decisions to change. It should be at all of council's discussion, but in a public forum. So I'm asking that we accept the administration's first agenda item for the bylaw on conversion therapy that was published on Thursday.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. City Clerk, would you just speak?
So just to clarify, so what will be required in this regard, Mayor, is that if Councillor Bresciani is moving the agenda at the call of the chair, she's asking that the agenda item with respect to conversion therapy be reverted back. That is a motion that she's making. You'll require a seconder, and you'll require a council vote to change that order, or to revert it back to the initial one. The only other thing I can offer with respect to explaining this to members of council and the public is that there are times when, if there's a mistake in a report or a bylaw, that administration does have the authority to change that. And from a procedural point of view, until the agenda is adopted on the floor of council, it is administration's agenda that has been put forward as a proposed meeting agenda. So I respect where Councillor Bresciani is coming from on a fine administrative and procedural point of view. The agenda is not confirmed until council votes on it.
Understood. Councilor Mancinelli, did you wish to speak to the point of order?
Right now. I'm fine right now.
Councilor Bresciani has a motion on the floor. Do we have a seconder? Councilor Moll,
Yes.
did you wish to speak to it as well?
I received many phone calls and complaints about exactly the regard that Councilor Bresciani brought forward from Ward 10 residents and from people within the city of Regina with the original bylaw that was written and submitted on Wednesday or Thursday night with Section D included. And there was a lot of frustration out there. So I second Councilor Bresciani's motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Councilor Mancinelli?
I guess I will speak to this after all. I have a question for administration. In this matter, between the last council meeting and the point it appeared on the agenda, was there lobby for what appeared on the agenda initially from council? And then after it appeared on the agenda, was there more lobby from council in regards to this matter? And just for the record, I know I personally haven't lobbied on either side of this situation. And due to the lobby, is that why the flip-flop happened?
Mayor, it's a bit difficult for me to speak in the absence of the city manager because I wasn't involved in any phone calls or discussions that may or may not have taken place. I do know that the city manager was talking and listening to a number of people. We reviewed what went on in Saskatoon. He did reflect very carefully on what had been discussed at council in April and prior to that. And I think he was driven, again, my words, not his, I think he was driven by the objective of trying to ensure that we could find a balance and extricate council from this very divisive issue in a positive way moving forward. So, not sure that's much of an answer.
And so am I to take that what's appeared on the agenda today is the outcome from administration studying all these various information and lobby efforts, and this is your belief on how the agenda should appear?
My interpretation that the city manager took a lot of positions into account. He focused on the specific wording of the council motion in April that said model this on Saskatoon, taking into account that people were looking for a balance. And I think we heard many times on the floor, is there some way that we can make this unique or specific to Regina? He took that to heart. He appreciates that this is a very divisive issue, and there are very strongly held positions. So I think that in his mind, this was perhaps the most constructive way to deal with it. And I also believe that with respect to a particular, and now I'm getting into a bit of administrative procedural trivia here for you, but if the particular exemption was added onto the agenda, if council in its wisdom voted it down, that's relatively straightforward to extricate that from the bylaw and move forward. Conversely, once you start to make amendments to bylaws, it gets very challenging, particularly if we have a number of perspectives or interpretations or editors at play. And at that point, the city solicitor typically says, you know, let's pause. We can't just do this on the floor of council. So again, from a procedural point of view, I think the city manager felt that it might be to bring the discussion to the fore, and so that people could understand it. And the easiest way to deal with it, to keep it or to delete it, was have it there for people to discuss outright, and then it could simply be removed if council voted that way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. No, I got others. Councillor Bresciani?
I'll wait till the end. That's
We'll have to
fine.
close it off? Okay. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think I was the first person to raise concerns about the initial proposal that the administration put forward with respect to the agenda. I want to assure Councillor Mancinelli and all other councillors that I have never spoken to the city manager about this issue. Indeed, I don't think I've ever spoken to any member of the administration about this issue. I raised the concern completely on my understanding of what had taken place, and I think that is relatively straightforward. The motion by council was to model a bylaw on Saskatoon's bylaw. Saskatoon had rejected the council in Saskatoon had rejected an amendment exempting such as the Section D exemption that was included. It simply doesn't bear reading of the word model, that you model something on something that's been rejected by the very council's resolution that you're modeling it on. So I thought that there was a misread, a complete misread, not a viable interpretation of this council's instruction of the city manager. I'm the first to recognize that judgment calls are difficult to make, and this one was certainly made with honest intention. I appreciate the fact that the city manager reconsidered his judgment, as he was entitled to do, and put forward an agenda which is before us today, which I think is correctly stated. The agenda isn't finalized until it's finalized by us as a council in this chamber. So the city manager was entirely within his procedural rights to make the change that he made. I just want to say this for clarity. The first clear point I want to make is that I didn't lobby him. I know of no one else who lobbied him. Secondly, I think his second interpretation is the correct interpretation. Council asked that a bylaw come forward modeled on Saskatoon's bylaw, and you simply couldn't model Saskatoon's bylaw by including additional exemptions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question to administration. With this included in the bylaw, what is the harm in it being included? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Weary?
Well, Madam Mayor, before that question is answered, that now enters into the substance of the debate which we're going to have. So I think it's better to keep that separate from the procedural issue. And when, as this will arise almost certainly as an amendment, that's where we look at whether the proposed amendment will be harmful or otherwise.
I'm going to rephrase that question. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. What will this addition to the bylaw include or exclude from conversion therapy?
Actually, Councillor Shaw, to Councillor Hawkins' point, that's part of the debate later. This is a point of order on the agenda
On the
itself.
agenda. Okay, all right. But it's,
Okay, as a
how-
point of order, we'll vote on that motion seconded by Councillor Moll, which is to, when we get to the issue of the bylaw itself, whether this is automatically included or is potentially added as an amendment later, or the existing agenda as it exists right this moment before you stands. And Councillor Bresciani, I believe you wanted to close us off.
Yes, I do not want this to be a debate now. That can be handled later. My concern was the administration did their work, came back, and submitted what they felt was the best in their view of what, and even if a modeling Saskatoon is exactly that, but a model does not mean copy. And a model means taking pieces of it and using Saskatoon's and going from there. The real reason that I raise this is because I've never seen in my time where it has come in public form and 5 councillors rebuke and have concerns with it, and then it's overturned. Many didn't even chime in. So if it was deemed of the city managers and the administration's efforts and thoughts to be there, then we should, as a council, respect that, and then we then can debate it on the floor of council as to that section, if so deemed. So again, this is for, to ensure that we have one employee. As a council, we have one employee, and that's the city manager, and we have to be very, very careful. So I will say that what they brought forward, we may not all agree, absolutely, doesn't matter, but that's part of the debate later. This almost disrespects the administration's work, and that's where I'm deeply concerned. That's their job. The political will should not. The political will comes later in the debate. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the vote to the point of order as to whether or not the clause before you will be included on the bylaw as it exists, let's see if 21-50. 2021-51, apologies. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
I will check if Councillor Stevens is on the line. Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
The motion is defeated 3-7, Mayor.
Thank you. Could I ask someone to...
I'll move the agenda to call the chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Shaw. I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Moll, you want to speak to the agenda?
Just to the agenda. So yeah, I'm opposed. I would like to move that we read out the notice of motions first at the starting of the meeting agenda, as this appears to be a really long meeting ahead of us, just to make sure that they're read out.
I understand you're wanting to make sure that it's actually done. So that's at the call of the chair.
Sorry. Procedure.
I'll make that happen for you, Councillor Moll. Further to what Councillor Moll has said, we potentially have a long meeting. The intention is to get through the entire agenda and move the item relative to 2021-51 till the end of the meeting. And so right now we have 3 notices of motion within the package, and I would ask that you queue yourselves up, and we'll get these out of the way right now to ensure that they're on the books. Notice of motion, I'll call on Councillor Lannon Moll to read notice of motion MN 21-6, Local Procurement and Economic Recovery. Councillor Moll, you'll introduce this and only read out the therefore statements for the record.
All right. Thank you very much. I did have a speech prepared, but told I'm not allowed to say that till August 11th. So, my motion is as followed. Therefore, it be resolved that administration prepare a report for the executive committee for the end of Q4 of 2021 that draws from the province's procurement renewal policy review process, provides the implications of and recommendations for increasing the number of Regina headquartered companies that benefit from city procured construction, maintenance, goods, and services contracts, enacts a fair wage policy in all construction, maintenance, and service contracts, provides recommendations for the drafting of a social procurement policy that establishes a privileging points system for construction, maintenance, and service projects over $200,000 in value, organizations that employ Regina-based workers, certificate of recognition program core safety certification, and past experience expertise in specific projects. Enact consequences of not meeting declared local labor and the fair wage policy such as financial penalties, vendor performance score, and no community benefits points on future competitions. Enact an inclusion approach of women, Indigenous, and underrepresented groups. Enact a mandatory requirement for all contractors to provide all employees journey person and indentured apprentice certificate of qualifications within 24 hours of closing, and adhere to all Saskatchewan Apprenticeship of Trade certification requirements during construction. Enact a mandatory requirement at the request of the City of Regina Procurement Department, a contractor owner, president, CEO, general manager, branch manager of a procured construction, maintenance, or service contractor must be at City Hall in person within 90 minutes of request to discuss contract details, aligns our procurement scoring process with the city's renewable Regina objectives, and consult with a range of social and economic partners, including, but not limited to, the Saskatchewan Building Trades, Reconciliation of Regina, and other industry and labor associations when preparing this report.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. All questions, discussions will be held until August 11th, 2021 council meeting for that. Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Councillor Bob Hawkins to read notice of motion MN 21-7, Community Water Fluoridation, City of Regina. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you. Therefore, be it resolved that Regina City Council, 1, direct the administration to adopt a program of community water fluoridation similar to the one currently followed by the City of Moose Jaw and in accordance with the norms established by Health Canada, and 2, approve the said community fluoridation program to start once the upgrades to Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant are completed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani, I would ask, call upon you to read notice of motion MN 21-8, density target for market choice of housings. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct administration to prepare a report for Regina Planning Commission by the end of Q4 2021. That includes, number 1, an analysis of the implications, the benefits, and options for adjusting density targets to allow for market choice of housing, such as larger single-family homes or bungalow condo type. And 2, engagement with the development industry and similar-sized Canadian citizens or cities for density targets to ensure multiple housing options and balancing market choice.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And again, all questions, discussions on notices of motion are held until the following council meeting. In this case, that will be August 11th, 2021. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the City Council meeting held on June 23rd? Thank you, Councillor Stadicek, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Thank you very much. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. At present, we are going to deal first with CR 21-104, and we do have a delegate. Just one moment. Still with the technical difficulties. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kathy Lawrence, representing Terra Developments and the town's development. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lawrence.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City of Regina Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Kathy Lawrence. I am with Terra Developments, and also with me is George Sugrianis with Stantec Engineering. We are both here representing the town. The first application before you today regarding the town is for a concept plan amendment for Phase 2. This was before RPC last week, where it received full support. As noted in the decision history piece of admin's report, the original concept plan for the towns was approved in 2016. You will also note that there have been a few other concept plan changes within Phase 1 of the towns over the course of the last few years. Change is very much a constant in development, and as we continue to strive for better efficiencies and alignment with market needs, the plan will always require regular tweaks and changes. Therefore, it is very important to understand the why in any concept plan amendment. I hope to be able to help you understand the why for this plan change. The biggest change you will note is the deferral of the park space. Please note this is a deferral and not a deletion. The reason for the why to defer the park space is as follows. The Southeast Neighborhood Plan supports this through policy 5.3, Section D, indicates that the City of Regina may defer MR requirements from other lands within the plan area at time of subdivision in order to support land acquisition requirements for the zone park. There's a large zone level park that is currently planned for the town's north, which is part of the approved Southeast Neighborhood Plan. All of the recreational amenities for the area are being satisfied in MR4, which is currently under construction. This also supports the idea of combining more green space into one area, which helps the city manage operations and maintenance of larger parks. The reduction in park space in this phase will allow for an increase in housing and density while still fulfilling the city's base level standard of acceptable spacing between people's homes and a green space. This allows for better efficiencies when it comes to plan for the zone level park, in that there would be a reduction of redundant amenities. This area is still going to have lots of natural elements and trees. The town does have a tree planting program in which it provides and plants a somewhat substantial tree to each homeowner. The idea is that this program will create tree canopied streetscapes and provide positive impacts back into the environment. As well, there are plans being developed to incorporate art and culture pieces to further enhance the neighborhood. The next change you may note in the plan amendment is the road design. Roads are not cheap to build or maintain. Therefore, we looked at the road network internal to the neighborhood. The proposed road design was able to reduce the amount of roads by 0.9 hectares while increasing or remaining the width for all internal roads to be 18 meters wide. The primary internal road network remains untouched, with Aaron's Road and Greenstone Road remaining as per the original plan. These road widths will remain at 22 meters wide and will also remain as the areas for potential transit roads. The increase in internal roadway width increases the space among the neighborhood while still maintaining the density requirements. In summary, and as outlined in admin's report, this proposed plan change is compliant with policies in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan as well as the City of Regina Community Plan. The proposed plan achieves connectivity internally to the towns as well as surrounding neighborhoods, efficiencies and highest and best use of the infrastructure, efficiencies to city operations and maintenance, and alignment with market needs. In closing, I would like to offer this perspective. The ripple effect of continuing development in this area is very impactful to many local businesses. With approval of this concept plan amendment and the following zoning applications, this will engage the business of more than 100 local businesses in the city. As well, activity will be generated in up to 8 departments within the city and 4 of the Crown corporations. This equates to positive impacts on a few hundred people's jobs and incomes, and it also increases city taxation revenue upwards of $600,000 annually in taxes related to the development of Stage 1 and 2. Lastly, I would like to thank the Planning Department for their help and teamwork approach in executing these applications. Thank you very much, and George and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawrence. Are there any questions for the delegate from Council? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you to you, Mayor Masters. Ms. Lawrence, at planning, the Commission asked some questions about the deferring the 1.5 hectares to the north. And then follow-up question was, the question was about what is a zone level park? And within that question is, how far out is the north being planned for development? How many years? If you defer this MR5, is that going to interfere or impact some of the green space that we have now for recreation?
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Ms. Lawrence?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes. So this park space is proposed at being deferred, which would be to the area north, the town's north. That area is in phase 3 of the city's development, neighborhood development plan. So although I don't have an accurate timeline, my guess would be upwards 5 to 10 years, depending on full build out of the area. In terms of the definition of a zone level park, so the park MR4 in the towns is considered a neighborhood level park. So that's where you usually have your pathways and your playgrounds and just more amenities for neighborhood areas. Zone level parks are more of the big attraction parks where people may drive to, destination places, things like spray pads, skate parks, things like that. So the zone level park being proposed, just so you have an essence of the size, in the Southeast Neighborhood Plan, it indicates in size it could be upwards to 10 to 15 hectares, depending on the programming. And for context, MR4 is 3.5 hectares.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Ms. Lawrence. Thank you, Mayor Masters.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Through the chair, can you please comment on how key stakeholders were engaged in the development of this proposed concept plan amendment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, absolutely. So this plan has been in the works for quite some time, and it actually was around this time in June of last year. Terra Developments did lead a design charrette with most of our builders that had already started building in phase 1. So yes, it was during a pandemic, but we were able to actually all meet as a group, and we went through the plan with our builders, and we had some really good roundtable discussions. The builders all indicated their market choice, who they're building for, their preferred housing style to build, what the market needs were, what the lot sizes were that they were looking for, and we had really good conversations come from that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, very much. I appreciate the trees, the landscape, the arts and culture. Just in regards to, on the Appendix B, in regards to density, I just would like to know what we, as a city in the OCP, asked for a 50 person per hectare in the density. What will this neighborhood develop out to approximately, through the chair?
Through you, Madam Mayor, well, I can't say what the final number will be at full build out, but right now we're projecting with this proposed plan to be 55 people per hectare, and I believe when the original plan was approved back in 2016, I think the number was in and around 55 people per hectare.
Thank you. So can I just ask why the increase to 55 and not just meeting the 50 through the chair?
Through you, Madam Mayor, well, as indicated, we do speak with our builders quite regularly. So we do not develop land unless we have builder uptake on lots. So we build what the market wants. So right now, I would confidently say that this is what the market wants, and the market is asking for, smaller lots. It's an affordability thing.
Through the chair, thank you for that. I've also heard in the community there is a demand for larger lots. Is that accurate through the chair?
Through the chair, excuse me, we have our larger lots, I guess, a definition of larger lots for us would be between 34 to 40 feet. So yes, we continue to have demand for lots within that size. That would be the largest. Anything over that, we really don't. We do have some large lots that are still for sale that have not been purchased yet.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. No further questions, Ms. Lawrence, but I'd ask that you mute your microphone and stay on the line as you're presenting on the next two agenda items, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. The floor is, nope, I'm going to do this right. We'll now consider item CR 21-104, Concept Plan Amendment, the Towns. Councillor Findura, could you please introduce the report?
There we go. Thank you very much, Mayor Master. I introduce CR 21-104, Concept Plan Amendment, the City Council approved the application to amend the town's concept plan by redesigning the land's use within the area indicated or identified. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please? We got Councillor Shaw? Okay. As you heard, Kathy Lawrence, representing Terra Development, addressed the Commission. At the planning discussion about the area, it was discussed about the density, increased population, traffic, shifting the MR5 to the north, and Planning Commission had not too much of a difficulties with comprehending what was going on. It was clear to what the process is. The applicant Terra Development, on behalf of City of Regina, proposes to amend the town concept plan. This would reconfigure the land use within the 25-hectare area to low, medium, high-density residential. The proposed changes in concept plan is to remove some rear lane to accommodate front access. And again, as Ms. Lawrence mentioned, defer the 1.5 hectare of municipal reserve to the future phase to the north. And then there'll be a realigning of road network. Projected increase in population, the question was asked, from the previously approved plan would be around 400 persons. The plan area is mostly zoned urban holding zone with one parcel zone R1, residential detached zone. Planning Commission, Mayor Masters voted 9-0. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. I'd ask Ms. Howrlett to speak to the matter, if that's all right, on behalf of administration.
Through you, Mayor Masters, as outlined by Councillor Findura, they are looking to reconfigure their parcels. The original, just to make the numbers correct, the original concept plan that was approved was actually approved at a density of 57.2 persons per hectare. This will bring it down to 55.43 persons per hectare. That is an increase of approximately 396 residents. So we are in concurrence. As noted, I think the biggest concern that we heard was with regards to the park, but as noted, it will be allocated in the next phase and it meets all of the requirements of our policies. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Howrlett. Any questions from Council? Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I do have a question through the chair. How were the city's goals to become a sustainable city considered in this recommendation from administration?
Ms. Howrlett?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So at this point, we look at our zoning bylaw and our official community plan, and right now with the density targets, it is meeting the 50 persons per hectare. As we move forward with the Sustainable 2050, new regulations or new policies may come out of that. That would require different regulations with respect to how designs take place and build, but at this point in time, it is meeting all of our policies that are in place currently.
Okay. Can you, so I guess I'm thinking more broadly just in terms of environmental sustainability, not even necessarily our goal to be a renewable city, but can you think of, or can anyone think of any impacts, positive or otherwise, in terms of what would be the impacts on environmental sustainability with these proposed changes in the concept plan?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So with the way the design is set out, it is doing compact urban form and meeting our density targets, actually exceeding our density targets within the OCP. So with those things in place, it does reduce the amount of roads, water, sewer, et cetera, when we have the compact urban form. And then, of course, as Ms. Lawrence indicated, it is in fact moving that park and creating a larger park does create more efficiencies for us, and which can create larger green spaces, which also can help the area and the residents.
Okay.
I'm not sure if Ms. Folk has anything else to add.
Through you, Your Worship, I think Ms. Harlock has summarized it nicely. As outlined in the report, the recommendations have limited direct impacts on energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions. Ms. Harlock did talk about the advantages of high compact forms, as well as how we can increase and focus active modes of transportation and for transit, and also reduce water consumption. So there are a number of factors there, and as Ms. Harlock said, of course, our energy and sustainability framework is scheduled to be in front of Council with action plans at the end of this year, and one of the elements that is being looked at within that is related to land use and building forms.
Great, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Kidney. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, just the question regarding when is the zone level park in Towns North going to be planned and ready to go? And what is the population, approximate population for this concept plan, through the chair?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Masters. So as far as the zone level park, it needs to move into that next phases of development. And so as Ms. Lawrence said, it would be a few years out before we move to that next phase. What is happening, and as what I noted in RPC, was that we are in discussions with the school boards right now and our partner with the YMCA. For the new councillors, we entered into an agreement to explore a Southeast High School with the Ministry of Education, the school boards, and the YMCA, as well as other partners that will be identified through the process. Those talks have stopped. And the reason I'm talking about that is because that'll affect the north side of these lands and where the high school goes. So as those discussions take shape, we'll be bringing forward amendments on that concept plan, and that might escalate the timing based on the needs of the high school, because we will need to tie the high school with the zone level park. That is the longer term plan.
So through the chair, timing that, the high school, many discussions, it's been for 20 years, I think, in the conversation piece. But do we have any assurance that it is going to be within this next 5 years or 6 years? Or again, it's one thing to take the park out and say, hey, we're going to be looking at a zone level park, but that zone level park may not be built for 15 years. So just I guess that would help me. And when my residents ask about losing this park, what would be the response to that, through the chair?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the park being taken out, my first response, and as the report indicates, it still meets all of the requirements for park space and proximity. So the existing population's meeting all of those policies within proximity to parks. The zone level park and those next discussions, I can't give you a definitive timeline on those. As I said, we are having we have to reinitiate those discussions. So I don't want to give a specific timeline because those things need to move forward, but our hopes are that it would be within the next 10 years that we would see those developments take place.
Just in regards to the last question, in regards to the population and the infrastructure needs. So as we continue to move this forward, we talked about increasing I'm sorry, I didn't hear the population, but and if it's 7,000, 8,000, I'm not sure how much it would be. But if you have that number even, or a prediction. But I guess the point of the growth is we have also infrastructure, I guess, problems in the southeast, Arcola being one. I know there's a study being done, but also we have Woodland Grove Drive and the Buckingham. Do we know when Buckingham will be open to Chuka to help with the density, the high-density housing, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I apologize. Yes, I do have the numbers on the approved estimated population. So there has been a number, as Ms. Lawrence indicated, changes to the concept plan that was originally completed. So originally it was supposed to be 7,300 population. That was at the 57.2. And with this amendment, it'll be 7,185 approximately. That would be the population of this concept plan area. I'm not sure of the timing of Buckingham. I'm just trying to see.
That's fine.
Who's on the line. With respect to that. So we do have, with regards to infrastructure and transportation for Arcola and the whole southeast and the whole city, when we did the official community plan and looked at the population projections, we do have all of our master plans that look at the needs to get us to that larger 310,000 population. And so our servicing agreement fee model and all of our capital planning is to work towards that, so that all of the required infrastructure will be built out by the time we hit that population, in around that population. So as you indicated, we are having studies done that will be completed by the end of this year, and then we'll have reports coming to council with decisions or recommendations with regards to what to do with Arcola. I believe it's by June of next year, where council will then have that opportunity to provide direction to administration on the options to improve the circulation on Arcola.
Okay. Last question is in regards to the pressure system, the southeast pressure system, which I hear on a regular basis of the water pressure concerns out there. By adding more population, what is being done with that, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we're actually have that project. We have a project underway. It's not just for the southeast. It's the third pressure zone. So all of our pressure zones work collaboratively to service the whole city. But we do know that within the southeast there was low pressures. So that project is actually underway right now. I don't have the exact date of completion, but it is again part of that larger infrastructure requirements to meet our larger population targets. But that project is well underway.
Thank you. I have questions, but I can wait for the next, but thank you, I support this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions, pardon me, Councillor Hawkins.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm confused on one point. The density of this area that's under consideration. Will this change increase or decrease the density in that area?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so it's going to decrease it from what it was originally approved. It was originally approved at 57.2 people per hectare, which was at 7,300 population, but with this change, it will be 7,185 or 55.43 people per hectare.
Supplementary, Madam Mayor, what is the density today without this change?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have, with the population of the existing houses, I wouldn't have that. We were going from, there was, again, another application that reduced the density further, and that was predicted to be at 6,789 population. But that doesn't mean that's what's out there today, because these are lots that are coming online. We just don't have the StatsCan data to give you the exact population that's out there currently today.
So the effect of the change proposed today would increase the density. If nothing happened today, the density would be one thing, but if we approve this, the density will be increased. Is that correct?
It will be yes, from what was approved before. The original approval was 57. There has been a number of different applications that have come forward which made the density go down and up, and now with this application it's at 55. They're proposing with this concept plan it'll hit 55.43, which is lower than what was originally approved back in April of 2016.
but higher than what it is today.
That's correct.
I have another question that follows on from this. Who owns this land?
The City of Regina.
And if all of the lots, if this amendment is adopted and all of the lots are sold, does the City of Regina stand to make increased profit on this development?
Through Mayor Masters, I can't speak to that unless Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Mayor Masters, councilor members might recall Executive Committee, I believe it was last week, where we had a report come forward on the towns. That report did speak to changes in the concept plan that would be coming forward to the regulatory or the Regina Planning Commission, which is before you here today. And yes, with these changes, the overall profitability of the town self-development would increase with the changes being made here.
Finally, Madam Mayor, so am I correct to say that the increase in density that's resulting from the change today is in part motivated by the city's desire to make increased profits from this city-owned land?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say that would be one component of the decision process. As the delegate, Ms. Lawrence, had indicated, conversations were also held with the actual home builders that buy the lots in that area. And so part of that discussion is what is the market looking for? And so that would have been part of the consideration as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are we going to debate this, or are we still asking? No, we're debating it now, aren't we? I'm going to oppose this. I'm going to oppose it because the city is basically making increased profits from increasing the density in city-owned land, and I just don't think that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I only have one question that was triggered through this last discussion. With the changes to the plan, it seems to me you've also decreased the amount of infrastructure necessary to maintain. Would that also have an effect of lowering the tax dollars payable per hectare for this area? Or if we kept on making changes like that, have a positive effect on residents' tax dollars paid? With less infrastructure, I'd have to think there'd be less maintenance. Am I correct in that assumption?
So through you, Mayor Masters, thank you for that question, Councillor. So some of the focus on the concept plan amendment was to have a more efficient neighborhood plan, less road infrastructure as an example, less infrastructure in general. And so that the comment with respect to return on investment, that obviously has a positive impact on return on investment when you reduce the infrastructure spend. So that certainly was a significant part of that piece as well. And maybe just to touch on and clarify, I know Ms. Hauerluck had touched on it with respect to the one park that has now been moved up to towns to the town's north development. That will, we believe, result in efficiencies, for example, in park maintenance, as you can consolidate that acreage with other park acreage planned in towns north. So it results in further overall efficiencies to the city, and it kind of touches a little bit on the affordability question as well. Councillor Zahidniak had brought up with respect to efficiencies and cutting of lawns and that type of stuff with respect to park maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Findura, did you want to close off debate? Seeing a no. Mr. Clerk, could I ask that you please call the vote?
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed?
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-1, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call back upon delegation Kathy Lawrence, representing the Terra Developments and the Town's Development. We can go on your previous introduction, Ms. Lawrence, that's fine. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council on the item CR 21-105, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have from you. Welcome back. Ms. Lawrence, we can't hear you. I believe you're still on mute. If you press *6 on your phone, it should unmute you.
Hello, sorry about that.
That's okay, Ms. Lawrence. Please proceed.
Okay, so this application before you is for Phase 2, Stage 1 zoning of the towns. This application before you is for 90 lots to be zoned RL, with 22 of the lots on blocks 32 and 33 to have an overlay access. As indicated in admin's report, the stage of development continues to comply with the goals and policies set out in the City of Regina's official community plan, as well as the Southeast Neighborhood Plan. The housing type being proposed is very much consistent with what has already been built in Phase 1. These homes will be fee simple and continue to supply the market for their wants. The lot range for this area will be between 20 and 28 feet. The style of lot will continue to accommodate a housing product that is medium density in form. All of these lots in the stage have been committed to by a builder, which continues to provide momentum to full build-out, as well provide the landowner with certainty on their investment. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any members of council wish to ask any further questions of the delegate on this matter? Seeing none, I'll thank you for this presentation and once again ask that you put your microphone on mute while council considers the decision.
Thank you.
We will now consider item CR 21-105, zoning bylaw amendment for the town's Phase 2, Stage 1. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Introduce CR 21-105, zoning bylaw amendment, the town's Phase 2, Stage 1. The City Council approved the application to rezone portion of lands at 3000 Woodland Grove Drive in the town's consent plan, Phase 2, Stage 1, from your UH urban holding zone to RL residential low-rise, and approve the application to apply the LA lane access overlay to portion of residential low-rise zone within the block 32 and 33. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you very much. As you heard, Cathy Lawrence, representing Travel Development Address Commission. Commission understood, because from the first report, what the impact and what's going on in this area. There was no real questions. Travel Development, acting on behalf of the City of Regina, proposes to rezone part of Town Phase 2, Stage 1 from urban holding zone to a residential low-rise zone. This to accommodate duplex, semi-detached, and townhouse type dwelling. Further to this, the applicant proposes to apply the LA lane access overlay zone to part of the block 32 and 33. The Commission adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendation in the report after amending number 2 to read, approve the application to apply the LA lane access overlay zone to a portion of a proposed RL residential low-rise zone within the proposed block 32 and block 33. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Findura, did you mean to push the button? Okay. I'll turn that back off again. Seeing no questions, I'll ask City Clerk to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Findura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you. One more time, I'll ask Ms. Lawrence, Cathy Lawrence, representing Terra Developments of the Town's Development, to unmute herself. You'll have an additional 5 minutes to address City Council relative to CR 21-107, motion before council. Ms. Lawrence, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Please proceed.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone, again. I am here with Phase 2, Stage 2 zoning application. This application before you is for 38 residential lots along with parcel J2 that is 1.94 acres in size. 19 of these lots are proposed as RU, ranging in size from 30 to 34 feet wide. You may note that Lot 1 on Block 36 is extra wide. This is a customized lot for proposed group home. The remainder of the RU lots are not yet spoken for and will be included in the overall inventory. The remainder of the lots are being zoned RL and are approximately 53 feet wide, 53 foot wide. These lots are committed to by a local builder and will each have one building with 4 units. They are consistent with product that is already built in other areas of the town and neighboring subdivisions. These units will be rentals, with all of them being offered at below market rent. This further strengthens the diversity of housing being offered in the town and allows people of all different income levels to call this area home. Parcel J2 follows the same scenario, offering townhomes that are affordable and also below market rent. Once again, I'm here with any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lawrence. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your 3 presentations this afternoon and ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Thanks, everyone.
We will now consider item CR 21-107, zoning amendment bylaw, the town's Phase 2, Stage 1. Councillor Findura, can I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Move CR 21-107, zoning bylaw amendment, the town's Phase 2, Stage 2. The City Council approved the application to rezone portion of lands located at 3000 Woodland Grove Drive within the town's concept plan, Phase 2, Stage 3. To rezone parts of Block 33, 36, 37 from UH, Urban Holding Zone, to RU, Residential Urban Zone. And also parcel J2 from Residential Detached Zone to Residential High-Rise Zone. And parts of Block 34 from Urban Holding Zone to Residential Low-Rise Zone. Mayor Master, can I get a second, please?
Mancinelli, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. As you heard, Scott Lawrence representing Tower Development Address Commission. There were no questions. This was a 3rd report, follow-up to the 2. Commission understood all that. No questions. So the most lands in this area, Mayor Masters, in this phase area currently zoned UH, Urban Holding Zone. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject area to accommodate low, medium, and high-density residential development for duplex, semi-detached, townhomes, and building stacked, which is apartments, type residential. Planning Commission voted 8-0. Our Regional Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani wishes to speak to the motion.
Thank you. For administration, as we move forward with this approval of lower income housing, affordable housing, we've got many in the towns and Eastbrook and the Greens already. I would like to know where the services are for my residents who do not have a car, or maybe have one car, or are referred from the Y as to the needs of affordable housing and do not have programs to access in the Southeast. Affordable, free programs to access in the Southeast, as we do as in other areas in the city where we have very high demand of low-income housing.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So if you're speaking of the programs like the play escapes and things like that of the summer, we will be looking at that next year. The program was set for this year, so we're constantly looking at programs of those nature to see what additional things that we need to have within those areas. With the community center, or like with the schools and those community areas within those schools, we'll try and work with those groups to program those sorts of things. As far as transit, I might ask Mr. Bells to talk about the transit needs within this area and how quickly those can move forward. But within our recreation programs and cultural programs, we try to accommodate in it and make additional programs available as populations increase within areas and as budgets allow us.
Mr. Bells?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we are aware of this development and other developments in the city, and we are sharing this information with our consultant with the Transit Master Plan of making sure that we have transit available while these developments are being built.
Through the chair, so do we have a timing on transit that is going to be increased in the areas within the Green Zone Gardner and the towns there, through the chair?
Again, through Mayor Masters, this information is being shared with the consultant. The consultant is sharing their recommendation of a route review during the Transit Master Plan. That information, that report itself will be coming to council in late Q4 or Q1 of 22.
Thank you. To the programming and the recreation needs, I'm going to ask that with the population increase, no different in Harbor Landing, where we've increased the density and, as we've heard today, more profitable. We want to make a profit here within our town's land. I don't think we should be short-sighting that we need to have programs. We need to have recreation services for this increased density, that this OCP that was planned for, to ensure that we've got many, many more people, and I hear it all the time, to maximize the infrastructure. I have no problem if we want to maximize the infrastructure. I've said this over and over, though. I'm so disheartened when I see that we have no problem making sure that we've got all multiple types of housing, but when it comes to programming, and when it comes to services, and when it comes to recreation, we don't look at the higher density. We don't look at what we've had to, but we will look at the taxes that we recoup from these people, or what we charge from them. So I'm going to ask that we absolutely make an effort, and if it's, I don't think I have to make a motion. If I do, or if it's an undertaking, that I'd like to know in the southeast with this increased density, how are we looking at the recreation, but also the programs for the low income, which we've approved. I think there, Havana has, there's over 80, 90 units even in there. What type is there, what services are there for those individuals? And I'm not just talking transit, I'm talking affordable programs for families and children. So is that an undertaking that can come back? And I would like that in communication with the Arcola East Community Association. Through the chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bresciani. I'll ask Ms. Hauerlich if that is shareable in an existing report. That information exists right now as it relates to the development of recreational facilities in?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we have that information that we can pull together for Councillor Bresciani. And it should be noted that maybe I wasn't as articulate as I should have been. Our master plans do look at density. Different programs do look at proximity, so sometimes it's the distance, so that in the previous report it's someone has to be within 800 meters of a park, and then we do look at programming and requirements with densities. So that is all taken into consideration with our recreation culture master plan, and these densities were taken into consideration when we were looking at that, but I think what Councillor Bresciani is getting at is the affordability of the programs, and we do offer a number of different affordable programs throughout the city, so we can provide that information to Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hauerlich. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions, I'll ask the city clerk to call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Findura again, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. We will now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing, and I will turn it over to Deputy Mayor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli will do the first reading of bylaws 2021-47, 48, 49, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that bylaws 2021-47, 48, and 49 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you very much. I'll call upon the city clerk to speak relative to the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted, these three bylaws require a public hearing owing to the ongoing COVID restrictions. At this time, delegations are not appearing before council in public, but we did reach out and no one indicated a desire. Accordingly, bylaw 2021-47 is to provide for public notice to be given for discretionary use applications that are within the delegated authority of the development officer. Bylaw 21-48 is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw to accommodate planned residential development on part of 3000 Woodland Grove Drive. And bylaw 2021-49 is to amend the Regina zoning bylaw to accommodate future residential development as part of 3000 Woodland Grove Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Councilor Mancinelli, please proceed.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaws 2021-47, 48, and 49 be read a second time.
Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, any opposed? Thank you. Councilor Mancinelli, can you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that council hereby consents that bylaws 2021-47, 48, and 49 going into a third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Councilor Mancinelli, can you please do the final reading?
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaws 2021-47, 48, and 49 be read a third time.
Any opposition? Seeing none, carried. We'll now move on to consider CR 21-106, the Buffalo Pound Plant Renewal Financing. Councilor Mancinelli, can I ask that you introduce the report?
Sure. Let me get the right number so I say the right thing. Okay, well, I can't move the computer. Basically, I'm moving this report. It's seeking financing permission to proceed with the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant upgrade that's been going on at this time.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. Can we get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councilor Zakidniak. I think I will turn it over to administration to speak to it prior to taking any any questions from council. Mr. Lacey, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So this debt approval request relates to the plant renewal project that's being undertaken at the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. And it's been nearly 30 years since that treatment plant has seen any type of significant renewal. So that renewal is required to ensure the cities of Regina and Moose Jaw and other users of that plant water receive safe, reliable, and quality drinking water. That renewal project has been approved under the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. And under that program, both the federal and provincial governments will be contributing a combined $163 million towards that plant renewal project. As part of being eligible for that project, Buffalo Pound has to also contribute $60 million, which they intend to do through acquiring debt to be able to provide that contribution to the project. And so you might recall back in February of 2021, Buffalo Pound, through administration here, did seek council approval to go out and negotiate that debt, where council provided that approval, conditional upon the final bylaw and terms of that debt coming back to council. So that's why we're here today with respect to seeking council approval with respect to the borrowing of those funds. And secondly, seeking approval as well with respect to the city guaranteeing its portion of the debt, which is $44.4 million. And that's based on the prorated ownership share of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant, where the city owns 74% and the city of Moose Jaw owns the other 26%. So this similar report is before the council of the city of Moose Jaw as well, since both city councils are required to approve Buffalo Pound taking on this debt and each city approving their portion of the guarantee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacey. Floor is open for any discussion or questions from members of council for administration. All right, seeing none. Councillor Mancinelli, did you wish to close this off? We're good. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk? Oh, I'm sorry. She stepped up. Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc?
In favor.
Councillor Shaw?
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak?
In favor.
Councillor Moore?
In favor.
Mayor Masters?
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now consider bylaw number 21-52, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Mancinelli in order to do the first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 21-52 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Any opposed? Carried. Please proceed.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2021-52 be read a second time.
Any questions from member of council? Seeing none, please proceed to the third reading.
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that Council hereby consents to the bylaw 2021-52 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. You can please read the final reading.
I move, seconded by Councillor Zahidniak, that bylaw 2021-52 be read a third time.
Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We will now consider the item CR 21-108, for which we do have a delegation appearing before us today. I would like to call upon Delegation Julie Pedneau. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Pedneau.
Hi, thank you. My name is Julie Pedneau. I am the chair of the Galani Board of Directors, and I'm calling from Regina. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today on behalf of the Centre Éducatif Gardani regarding the property at 1730 Cowan Crescent, which is proposed as a child care for school-age children, discretionary use for child care as zoned. My name is Julie Pedneau, and I'm the chair of the Gardani Board of Directors. I am also a parent of 2 children who have attended daycare at Gardani and now also attend the before and after school program at the Connecting Monseigneur de Laval Elementary Pavilion. To provide a bit of history on the organization, the original location of the Centre Éducatif Gardani opened in 1987 and moved to its current location at Laval Elementary School in 1996. Our numbers have grown steadily, and in September of 2018, a second location was added across from the school at 2 Crescent, the neighboring property to the subject of this application. In total, the center has 71 preschool-aged children in the location attached to the school at 1601 Cowan Crescent, 33 preschool-aged children at 2 Crescent, and 75 school-aged children pre-K to grade 6 in the before and after school program at the school. Max, je suis occupé. Attends-moi. Sorry about that. In 2019, the Gardani board was looking for a way to solve the space challenge with the before and after school program, where pre-COVID attendance was up to 110 children, and the school was not able to lend the space for us to operate safely. The proposed space at 1730 Cowan Crescent will transfer 30 children from the existing before and after school program at Laval to this new location. No new spaces are being added. This house will serve exclusively the older children in the program and become a dynamic place with a focus on projects, community, and engagement in cultural and educational activities for Francophone and Francophile children up to grade 6. The addition of this third location next door to the property at 2 Crescent and across the street from the school will continue the building of the community along the street in order to provide a cohesive hub for families that attend the school. The Gardani community is close-knit, and there is a close integration of our program into the school community. The vast majority of families have children both at the school and at the daycare and go on to use the before and after school programs. So to reiterate, the addition of the new location at 1730 Cowan Crescent is not anticipated to add any new students or families to the program, but rather solve a space issue that currently exists for the before and after school program. We do not anticipate any increase in traffic to the streets as these students are already at the school. Parking-wise, we have one parking spot in the alley as well as in front of the house. Parents can also park across the street and in front of 2 Turgeon Crescent. Finally, to reduce the amount of traffic to a minimum, we will keep siblings of the same family in the same location, as we currently do with our 2 existing centers. This way, parents will only have one stop to drop off or pick up their children. That concludes our presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pignot. Well done. Any questions from members of council on this discretionary use application? Councillor Shaw.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I know at the planning committee there is an opposed person because of the only one parking spot. I would like to thank you for addressing that today at council. And second of all, can you just explain a little bit better to me, just so I can get a visualize? I did approve this application, and I'm very in favor of this. When you talk about the one parking spot that you have for your daycare center, is it even necessary to have that one spot, after what you, the knowledge that you gave us today as to the parking and the picking up for the students? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Ms. Pignot?
Yeah, I think it is necessary to have that parking spot, but they can also park on the street. Right. So I think it would be sufficient. And there's also across the street right in front of the St. Anne's Church. I hope I understood your question correctly. I am answering well. Okay.
You did. Sorry.
Thank you,
sorry.
Councillor.
You did, and I just wanted that on the record, and I very much appreciate what you've done for the kids.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no, pardon me, Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Just one question through the Mayor. Your capacity seems to be, even though this is not an increased capacity, it's just moving students, but do you have any plans in the future to expand space attached to Monseigneur Laval?
Not at the moment. Our numbers have gone down because of COVID, and but this will only help us to provide a safe space, because right now it's not safe. So this is just to give us space, and we cannot accept any more than that because we cannot find either space or workers to help us. And the school will need to give us a little bit either more space or stop adding children or accepting children, or we have another plan, which is to have a waiting list, and also have I know there is a training that we want to offer, which is a Safe at Home, that is only offered after 11 years of age. So we have other plans in place for us to manage the influx of children in our care.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Seeing no further questions from council, thank you again very much, Ms. Pignot, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting. Okay. We'll now consider CR 21-108, discretionary use for 1730 Cowan Crescent. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Master. I move CR 21-108, discretionary use for 1730 Cowan Crescent. The City Council approved the discretionary use application for the proposed development of institution daycare located at 1730 Cowan Crescent in the Hillsdale neighborhood. My Masters, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Shaw. Thank you, my Masters. As we heard, Ms. Julie Pignot, representing Gardemy Daycare, and Leanne Croft, representing 1080 Architecture and Gardemy Daycare, addressed the Commission. And as you heard through the questioning, there was some question posed from the Commission about the parking, about the drop-off, access for parents dropping children off. And they heard that, and the questions were answered by, there is a Laval school, elementary school, and most of these children go there, so there'll be no increase in traffic, no changes, anything that it might be out of the ordinary. So the Planning Commission, that was the only questions and comments on that one. The applicant proposes to convert the detached residential building at 1730 Colwyn into daycare for the 30 children. The development proposes to provide one parking stall on-site, one loading on-site, and as you heard, one or two loading stalls in front of the building, so on street parking. Administration evaluated the land use and find the development suitable for the proposed location. At planning, there was 7-1, mostly, but Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fundura. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, I'll ask you to call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider CR 21-109 discretionary use for 1205 15th Avenue. Councillor Fundura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
We got the microphone on. Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move CR 21-109, discretionary use application for 1205 15th Avenue. The City Council approved the discretionary use application for the proposed development of food and beverage restaurant at 1205 15th Avenue in the Heritage neighborhood. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please? Let's do that. Thank you very much. Mr. Mark Bologna, representing Ectopia. Okay, was there a question? No. I just heard some noises. No, we're good. Okay. Presented and came in to only answer questions, and there were no questions from the Planning Commission. It seemed like it was. This building was built in, I believe, 1904, so the parking was one question, but that was answered because it's grandfathered, so they didn't have to worry about parking. The applicant proposes to develop a restaurant in a commercial building at 1205 15th Avenue. Proposed restaurant is to be located in a vacant unit. Administration evaluated the land use, finds the proposed development suitable for this location. I believe Heritage Community Association is in full support of this proposal. And in the comments, there were 8 comments with total full support of this restaurant going into the space. Planning Commission voted unanimously. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Are there any questions from members on the report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Fundura, please.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
All right, we're now going to consider CR 21-110, the Art Gallery of Regina lease at 2402 Elphinstone Street. We do have a delegation appearing for this motion. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jess Richter from the Art Gallery of Regina. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Jess Richter. I am calling in from the Art Gallery of Regina, located in Regina on Treaty 4 territory. Thank you for allowing me to present on behalf of the AGR in regards to our lease agreement renewal with the City of Regina. Before I start, I did just want to note that our address is incorrect on the agenda. We are located at 2420 Elphinstone Street, and I just wanted to quickly correct that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm going to speak briefly about our organization, our relationship to the City of Regina, as well as how we adhere to and support the city's cultural plan in reference to our hope that the AGR may continue to rent our space below market value due to the incredible work that we do as a nonprofit public art gallery. Located on Treaty 4, the traditional territory of the Cree, Saulteaux, Nakota, Lakota, and Dakota peoples, and the homeland of the Métis people, the AGR promotes the development and appreciation of contemporary art with an emphasis on Saskatchewan artists. Our programming focuses on the voices and experiences of Saskatchewan artists and visitors, and it encompasses exhibitions, and we feature established, emerging, and recreational artists, so we really do hit all members of the creative ecology. Education, publishing, workshops, and artist talks. Through free public exhibitions and dedicated support for artists and innovation, we have over 45 years as a supportive and creative cultural hub connecting artists in our communities. By focusing on work by artists with a connection to our community, we create opportunities and experiences for the people within our city to engage with art that speaks to ideas, issues, and content that are relevant to their time and place, challenging conceptions of what art is, and creating an atmosphere of curiosity and learning. We are an independent public art gallery with nonprofit and charitable status and a tenant in the Balko Center, located in the Cathedral Village area of Regina. We opened as an experimental satellite of the Norman Mackenzie Art Gallery in 1974 under the name Rosemont Art Gallery. Our objective was to reach new audiences and respond to community demands for more local and regional programming. And in 1976, an independent organization formed and incorporated as a nonprofit society to take over the gallery, with us being renamed in 1995. We have a long history of being both a tenant and a partner to the Neil Balko Civic Arts Center. During initial negotiations back in the 1980s, both parties viewed the agreement as more than a simple tenancy. It was a mutually beneficial partnership. This partnership has lasted through our time at the Balko Center, creating new audiences and new opportunities for both organizations, as well as creating support for one another. Currently, we rent below market rate and pay for our share of operations costs. We are very pleased with this arrangement and hope that this generous lease agreement can continue on. As a nonprofit charity, we rely upon core funding grants from municipal and regional sources to cover about 60% of our operating costs. And we fundraise to cover the remaining 40%, which of course has become a challenge with the COVID-19 pandemic, which everyone has the same story. Because we rely so heavily on this fundraising, it can be difficult to predict the amount of funds we can raise from it. We are really appreciative of the excellent rate that we have as tenants here, as this allows us to allocate more of our operating budget to our programming, especially as arts and cultures departments and funding agencies are, through none of their own fault, are often unable to raise core grant funding for their clients. As a community partner grant recipient, we work hard to ensure that we are supporting the City of Regina's cultural plan, which we do by creating free and accessible opportunities to connect with art, support and create cultural programming that is contemporary and reflects our place and time, as well as the diversity of our city, and creates opportunities for local artists and creatives in the cities. We achieve these goals through our free admission, Saskatchewan-centered exhibitions, focus on diversity and inclusion, free artist talks, studio visits, and our educational workshops, which are run at a at-cost recovery basis. We cannot do these things without our generous tenancy and partnership through our lease, both financially as well as through our community-generating location in the Balko Center. We also generate tremendous value for the City of Regina and Balko Center, as we provide free access to contemporary art within a civic building every single day. We enhance the experience of clients at the Balko Center through their experiences with contemporary art, creating access across a broad sector of the public. We fill a very unique and very necessary niche within our community through our location and programming, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with the City of Regina through our approved lease renewal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Richter. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Shaw.
I just have one question. I'd like it on record. I know from past speaking with you, the kind of programming that you do, and I really want you to know that we appreciate it. Through you, Madam Mayor, can you just tell us the amount, the number of programs that you run on a daily basis for the City of Regina?
Sorry, like you mean like every day the programming that we run?
If you could just give us, I'd like it on record, just a brief kind of, so in a week, how many programs do you run, or in a day, or in a month? What kind of is it, the number that you can give us, that I can just have that, please? Thank you.
Sure. Well, you know, it really depends on the month and kind of the time of year. We really try to coordinate with community needs. So I can reference last year's statistics, which are a little bit weird because of COVID-19, but really our program numbers weren't down. We pivoted to online programming. So I would say on average, we're running, in addition to our everyday exhibition programming, we're running probably anywhere from 3 to 5 programs a month, and this is with 2 staff that aren't quite full-time. And we run programs that reach a broad sector of the community. So we run programs that target newcomers, Indigenous communities, seniors, children. We partner with existing organizations such as Commonweal or Nature Regina to build relationships within our community and to make sure that the programming that we provide is going to a very broad sector of the public in meaningful ways.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work that you do in our community and for our community. Is there in your programming programs for special needs through the chair?
Oh, sorry, I just got very excited because this is something we're working on. We are actually undergoing a disability audit with Listen to Dis. The Bulkwell Center is such an accessible building that we really want to capitalize on that and focus on making programming that reaches out to those communities. However, because I'm not part of that community, I can't accurately address what those needs are. So we're going to be working with Listen to This to kind of work on developing those programs so we can also work on reaching special needs communities as well, which I'm very excited about.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are too, and we have a grant that's available for programming. So I want to say thank you very much for that.
I will be applying for that.
Good pitch, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no further questions from council, I'd like to thank you very much, Ms. Richter, for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you kindly.
We'll now consider item CR 21-110, Art Gallery of Regina lease at 2420 Elphinstone Street. I see Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Mancinelli is stepped away. One moment. Councillor Hawkins, I may flip this one to you. I would just ask that when we move the motion with the address as amended to 2420 Elphinstone Street.
So moved.
That was so easy. Okay, can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Are there any comments or questions from council on the matter before them? Seeing none, did you want to answer a couple more words to this one?
No, except
okay,
that I
we're
support
good.
a straw.
Awesome. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor?
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn to some reports and delegations. We have CM 21-12, the Regina Downtown Annual Report. We do have a delegation that is present. One moment. I'd like to call upon Delegation Judith Verasek from Regina Downtown Business Improvement District. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, and after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions that members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon, Ms. Verasek.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Council. I'm Judith Verasek, Executive Director with the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District, and I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of the RDBID Board of Directors to present our 2020 annual report. I sent a package along earlier last week, and you would have received a copy of today's presentation, our 2020 annual report, as well as several other RDBID publications we produced last year. Since many of you are new to City Council and Business Improvement Districts, I'll give you a quick overview of Regina Downtown and what we are all about. The Business Improvement District is created by City Council. We were created in 1981, so this is our 40th year anniversary, and we represent the commercial property owners within our boundaries as they provide funding through a special levy. Our purpose is to enable a sustainable downtown neighborhood where entrepreneurship and cultural vitality flourishes, and all Regina residents are able to thrive in an active, safe, accessible, inclusive, and beautiful public realm. We work very closely with the City of Regina. However, our services are intended to supplement and not replace the services provided by the city. Our boundaries go from Angus to Halifax Street, and then from the railroad track south to 13th Avenue, and then along Broad south to College Avenue. Pre-COVID, over 35,000 people came to work downtown every day. Over 20,300 people live in downtown Regina and the 4 adjacent neighborhoods, including Center Square, Cathedral, Heritage, and Warehouse. However, the total population of downtown proper is approximately 750 people as of 2020. RDBID is self-funded. Funding for RDBID is provided by all commercial property owners within our boundaries. Our board sets the mill rate, which is presented and approved by City Council every year. Our mill rate is applied to the assessed value of the property, which results in our bid levy. That levy is collected along with the municipal property tax, education tax, and library tax annually. The city accepts payment on our behalf and transfers the bid levy capture to RDBID to carry out projects, programs, and activities to support downtown. Our board is made up of 13 individuals, one of whom is Councillor Mancinelli, who are dedicated to making downtown an attractive place for both businesses and residents. We have 7 full-time staff and over 10 seasonal staff. Our operations are divided into key pillars in our strategic plan: member engagement and services, placemaking, business and residential attraction and retention, and transformational projects. COVID-19 required RDBID to amend many of our programs and initiatives to respond to the ever-changing business landscape in 2020. So in 2020, we conducted regular clean team activities, including litter pickup, graffiti removal, power washing, and touch point wipe downs. We initiated the development of our community support program in partnership with the City of Regina and the RPS. We supported our members through marketing, social media promotions, promotional materials, and our newly started e-newsletter. We continued the implementation of our wayfinding signage program. We installed additional seasonal lights and holiday decor. We operated our visitor service pavilion. We continued our alley door art program. We conducted our annual pedestrian count. We hosted Restaurant Week pre-COVID, and we also hosted the Victoria Park ice cream program. We created a holiday gift card rebate program to support retailers through the COVID pandemic, and as well as many other programs and initiatives that are detailed in the annual report before you. As we continue to recover from the impact of COVID-19, we'll continue to evolve our programs and initiatives to best serve our membership while respecting public health measures to protect the community. We are excited to begin planning for post-COVID versions of our signature events like Cinema Under the Stars, Downtown Concert Series, Restaurant Week, and our Summer in the Square activations. Our 2021 Traffic Control Box Art Program installations were completed in June, and we continue to work closely on projects with City Administration on transformational programs such as the Downtown Design Guidelines, Downtown Infrastructure Renewal, the Transit Master Plan, and our Community Support Program. Lastly, we are updating our 10-year strategic plan, which will be our North Star as we continue to work collectively with our members, partners, and the City of Regina on the revitalization of the heart of our community. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have with respect to our annual report. Thanks again for your time.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Versak. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. Through the Mayor, a question regarding the state of downtown businesses. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, do you see that most are going to be reopening fully, or have some businesses suffered under COVID?
Through Mayor Masters, we did a storefront vacancy survey at the end of summer in 2020 just to get a gauge of where we're starting. Those numbers are consistent with the vacancy survey that we conducted earlier this month. So I think my staff was out there at the end of June, early July, taking a look at what the situation is. I believe there was a very small net gain of storefront tenants. But that number is still 30% vacancy rate, which is concerning. That being said, we do know that there are several projects underway that are still have not been announced that hopefully will guide the recovery of downtown and really inspire confidence in downtown as being a good place for business. As we all know, the businesses were able to reopen just 2 or 3 days ago now. So as we move forward, we'll begin engaging with our members to see how that reopening has worked for them. Anecdotally, and through observation, downtown streets are much livelier this week than they were last week, and they're livelier than they were the week before. So that recovery is coming along. Tomorrow, we will be conducting our annual pedestrian count, and we are extremely hopeful. I can almost guarantee you that the numbers will be better than the numbers we had in 2020 when we did the count. But at the same time, I know they will most likely be less than the pedestrians we counted in 2019. So, like I said, we're very hopeful, and I hope to have a report back to you at the end of summer with what the recovery actually looked like.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. We'll start with, I just want a quick overview of how the gift card rebate program worked. I couldn't quite understand it from the summary in the report.
Sure. What we did was market the rebate to larger employers in our community, not just downtown. And the idea was that if you were an employer that wanted to provide, wanted to gift your staff for Christmas, so I know a lot of people, businesses did not host their holiday party just because of the impact of COVID. So a lot of folks kind of reverted to offering gift cards as the Christmas gift to their staff. So what we tried to do was market the gift card rebate program to those larger businesses that would buy gift cards in bulk. And if they bought over a certain amount of gift cards from downtown businesses, we gave them between, I believe it was a 10 and 25% rebate on their purchases. So it was designed to inspire or promote purchasing downtown. I believe we ended up giving out rebates in the amount of $5,000, which generated between $15,000 and $20,000 in gift card purchases in downtown this Christmas.
Great, thank you. So another question is, it talks about the security patrol program. Is that the same thing as the community safety patrol pilot that you all have initiated, or is that something different?
That is the same. We have the community support program. We actually, you know what? I'm realizing now. So At the beginning of COVID, we were very wary of the fact that a lot of businesses had closed and there weren't that many eyes on the street. So during the heart of the lockdown last year, we did hire a private security company to do nightly patrols of downtown just to kind of keep vandalism in check and make sure that those eyes on the street were still there. As that program began to close up, as we kind of finished it up and people started coming back downtown, we realized we needed to come at it from a really supportive point of view and not a punitive point of view. So we began those discussions with the folks up in Saskatoon about their community support program. We had conversations with the City of Regina staff and the Regina Police Services, and throughout the latter half of 2020, we were able to develop the program that we just launched in June.
Okay, and I think it said that there were 81 incidents were reported or resolved by the bike patrol. So I think that's the program launched at the end of June. Can you just give some more information about the impacts of this new program in the community?
Absolutely. So throughout, I would say Q1 and Q2 of 2021, we've been getting the program set up. That means hiring our supervisor, hiring our team, getting them the training that they need. They began patrolling the streets I believe the 21st of June, so they've been out there 3 weeks now. And I'm looking at the stats that we were able just to print out this morning. Between June 21st and July 7th, we had close to, there's not a total here, I'm doing quick math in my head, close to 110 interactions with folks on our streets. The bulk of it was outreach. We are dealing right now with heat waves, so our folks were out there making sure people stayed hydrated, making sure they had food to eat, and really tried to get them to the services they needed if that was the point at which they required help. We checked in with some of our members. We responded to 3 minor disturbances. We picked up 9 needles and de-escalated situations. Let's see here. I'm just doing the addition. Just about 30 situations. So having our team out there is slowly but surely making an impact. And what's promising to hear is that some of those folks that unfortunately are unhomed right now are beginning to build relationships with our team and build that trust with them.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing all that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidny. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you do. Just a couple questions. In regards to Vibrant City, when we talk about that, how does it work? Communication with, I guess, the Regina Downtown Bid and city staff in regards to art and murals. If we want to look at improving, adding more light or art, or if it be, culture through those themes, how does that work coming back to the city? Because I know that's something that, as a council, we've discussed that. But how does that get communicated back to you, and how do you have the authority, I guess, to work with the businesses to ensure that becomes part of our downtown?
Through Mayor Masters, that's a great question, and there are so many layers to it. So in terms of the arts and culture, we do have quarterly directors meetings with folks from city administration, and Lori Shaley and her team are usually a part of that conversation. Our Urban Canvas program, which we've kind of branded all of our arts and culture initiatives, we usually reach out in Q4 of the year prior to let your administration know what's coming up. So whether we're doing alley doors or traffic control boxes or murals, we reach out to the city admin team. We determine whether or not there are city permissions required. So things like traffic control boxes, we worked with Chris Warren and his team to make sure that everything, the artwork isn't going to be distracting to folks that are driving and everything's kind of safe, and that we have the appropriate permits. When we're dealing with alley doors, those are private businesses, so that's when we go out and we talk to the businesses themselves. All of the art that we install outside of the heritage photos that you might see on some of the traffic control boxes, all of the artwork is, curated. We put out a call for artists. Everyone has an opportunity to put forward a proposal, and our adjudication committee, which we convene but we don't really have a vote, has representatives from the arts community, including, I believe it was Emmeline Hill from city administration who sits on that committee, as well as folks. We've had people from the Dunlop Art Gallery, from the Mackenzie Art Gallery that sit down and kind of go through all the proposals and decide which ones we're going to move forward with and where they should go. So we really try and make sure that our arts and culture programs are inclusive and are, adjudicated by the folks in the industry. We are here merely as the coordinator, making sure that the permits are pulled and the communication with the businesses occurs and the installation process is run smoothly. And then at the end of the day, we provide a report back to city administration team on how it went and kind of like a little bit of a wrap-up report, and then we start the process all over for the next year.
Okay. Well, Judith, thank you very much. Have we been connected or contacted through that organization that connected with Saskatoon called the Pedal Powered Patio? Has anyone connected with us in regards to that through the chair?
We have not had that connection yet. However, that's definitely something that we're kind of tracking in terms of SLGA requirements, and I don't think that would be off the table for Regina, and it's something we can definitely explore, whether it's downtown or in the warehouse district or both. That's something that's definitely on our radar.
Great, thank you. And the last question I have is, the benches within the downtown bid, is that through the City of Regina, or is that done through the downtown bid? Like who replaces and looks after all those benches within the park, or is that the city through the chair?
Through the chair, I and city administration can provide probably more detail on this. There are benches in the park that are managed by the Parks Department. There are benches on our sidewalks throughout downtown that may be managed by whether it's Regina Transit. So if it's at a transit stop, transit may be in charge of them, or it might be through facilities. But there are some benches primarily around Tower 3 that I believe are Harvard. So right now, BID does not own or quote-unquote manage any benches. However, we do have bike rack infrastructure downtown that we have procured and work with city on installation and work with businesses on appropriate location.
Awesome. Good. Thank you so much, Judith, for the work you do to keep our downtown vibrant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation, Judith. I just have one quick question. Being the representative for the RD bid from council, I remember the budget meeting we went through. I was asked about a couple of the variations between actual and budgeted amounts on the information provided. I remembered correctly, I think the flow-through of funds for building the pavilion in Victoria Park show up and create a little bit of an anomaly, as well as the implementation of the team you have going throughout the downtown and helping with people. I just wanted to make sure I gave the correct answer, and if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Through the chair, yes, you are correct. So the last page of the financial statement page on our annual report does show a deficit in 2019, but that is related to the transfer of the visitor service pavilion to the city of Regina. That is required by our bylaw. I believe our bylaw says that we're not allowed to own property. So we worked with you on construction, and then we turned over ownership to you. So that is like an auditing anomaly there. And I believe the contribution from city and RPS for the community support program will show up in the 2021 audit.
Thank you very much, Judith. I just wanted to make sure I was giving good information. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Mancinelli. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you so much.
Council will now consider item CM 21-12, the Regina Downtown Annual Report. This is a receive and file. Can I have someone from the administration introduce the report?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the Regina Downtown Business District is required to file an annual report to council. And so this report and the attachment fulfills that requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file the report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any questions from members on the report itself? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli. In favor. Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We're going to address CM 21-11 relative to the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District's annual report. And we have a delegation on the line-ish. I'd like to call upon Delegation Lisa Gibbons from the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District. Please state your name for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Ms. Gibbons.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lisa Gibbons. I'm the Executive Director for Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District, and I'm calling from Regina in the Warehouse District. For those that don't know, the Warehouse District is a not-for-profit organization that is funded by property owners within our boundaries. And for those not familiar, our boundaries go from the rail yard tracks to 4th Avenue, from Albert Street all the way east to Winnipeg Street. And just a bit of a summary from our annual report. We'll definitely be talking for years about the COVID-19 pandemic, how it pushed many business owners to the brink, tested our patience and our resolve, and even brought out the best in much of our community. As an organization, the Warehouse District stayed in contact with members through calls, surveys, and responded accordingly. We added security patrols to help keep businesses safe and partnered with other organizations such as Regina Downtown, Ascend, Economic Development Regina, and the Chamber of Commerce to provide webinars and deliver information on financial relief programs and grants. When restrictions were eased, we offered welcome back packages and included floor and window decals, posters, face masks, and hand sanitizer manufactured in the Warehouse District by Outlaw Spirits. With food and beverage establishments, some of the worst hit by the pandemic, we showed our love to the staff and servers by participating with Regina Downtown to offer a $5 meal and beer to anyone willing to participate. We joined them via a Zoom call, and we got our chefs back in the kitchens. When Humpty's on Albert Street shut down temporarily, and as a safety precaution placed plywood sheets over their windows,
Warehouse saw an opportunity to give thanks to Regina's tireless frontline healthcare workers and worked with a local mural artist to paint plywood a colorful tribute to our frontline workers. No one included a worldwide epidemic in their business plan. We would like to thank all of our members who have worked tirelessly through the past year and continue to find new ways to keep their businesses alive. For some, the only choice was to close their doors. And we would like to salute those hardworking owners as well. Our hope for the Warehouse District is simple. 10 years from now, instead of talking about the pandemic of 2020 that turned the world upside down, we'll be talking instead of how 2021 was the beginning of an incredible new era of fantastic things happening, not only in the district, but in the city. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Givens. I'll open the floor up. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hello, Lisa. Thanks for presenting today. And the question, I just had a question through the mayor. I'm going to ask a question regarding the what the business climate feels like in the Warehouse Business District right now. How are the businesses feeling about reopening, and how well are people doing?
I would, through the mayor, businesses are cautiously optimistic. We are definitely seeing some folks back in our food and beverage establishment. That being said, it's summer, so a lot of folks have returned to their cottages or gone camping for the summer. So some of those folks are still feeling a bit of that deficit. And that adjustment period where folks feel comfortable to come back out is also being felt throughout many businesses. But we're really excited to see our art classes back full with participants, going to a restaurant on a Friday or Saturday night, seeing those places filled up. We're even seeing our nightclubs that did close, and we did lose 2 of our existing nightclubs, reopening with new businesses. So we're starting to feel that hope again, and they're cautiously optimistic is probably the best way to take the temperature of the businesses right now.
Well, thank you for that. One more question. Nuit Blanche. What are the plans this year for your Nuit Blanche?
Yeah, you know, I commented the other day that we went from a very busy year to just being slammed with things. Everyone is really excited. So Nuit Blanche is August 28th. It is a walking art tour through the Warehouse District, and we're really excited to welcome that group back into full festival mode. Last year they did operate in a car version of that festival, but this year we expect about 1,500 to 3,000 people walking through our district, taking in 12 different art exhibits that will be projected on buildings for the most part. There'll be a few other, I won't give it all away, but definitely we're seeing on August 28th, and that is the same weekend as Queen City X. We're excited to see more and more things happen in our city, and we think that the city can support more than one event at a time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your work.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Ms. Givens, and ask that you please leave the meeting now. We'll now consider CM 21-11, the Regina Warehouse Annual Report. Can I have someone from administration please introduce the report? Mr. Lacey?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So similar to the Regina Downtown Bid Annual Report, the Regina Warehouse Business Improvement District is also required to provide an annual report to Council as information. As a result, this report is a receive and file, and the report before you meets that obligation.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move a receive and file for this report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Stadnicek. Any questions from members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura. Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councilor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councilor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Next up, we have the City Manager's Report, CM 21-13, the 2020 Annual Debt Report. Acting City Manager will introduce the report. Mr. Lacey.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So the report before you is the annual debt report that administration is required to provide to council on an annual basis pursuant to our debt management policy. And that report provides details on the current and projected debt of the city in the context of our debt limit and debt ratios that help City Council determine the reasonability and affordability of the city's debt. So the report describes the selected indicators used to inform debt-related decisions, which can identify areas that require enhancement and/or careful monitoring if necessary. And so key highlights of the report are the total outstanding debt on December 31st, 2020 is $293 million, which is approximately 65% of our debt limit. All city debt ratios are within their target ranges. And the projected debt for 2021 is $353 million, which is 78% of the debt ratio. And that increase relates to the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation item that we just discussed earlier in this agenda. Just want to be clear that this report does not result in any new debt being issued or approved. It's an information report. Any new debt that might be considered in the future would require council approval and would come before this body before any debt was issued. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move a receive and file for this report? Thank you, Councillor Moule, seconded by Councillor Zakivniak. Any questions from members on the report? I'll remind everyone that we did discuss this at length during executive committee, but any questions arise since last Wednesday? Councillor Zakivniak.
Okay, thanks. So in the charts comparing debt in Appendix A, I'm just curious, through the chair, how the comparison cities were chosen.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Schultz.
Good afternoon. Through the mayor, those cities were chosen mostly to look through and find cities that were of comparable sizes and had similar rates and things that they were looking at as us. And so we've looked at them for a couple of years now, and each year we look to see if there is different comparisons, and these are the ones that we have chosen. So it was mostly based on the size of the cities and what they had before them.
Okay, thank you. Another question I have is, so on page 10 of the appendix, there is a debt, it's debt chart 7. So my question is just, will the estimated debt service ratio continue to grow like it's projected to from 2020 to 2022? So just because it's growing a fair bit, so I'm wondering if we can, if that trend is likely to continue.
So through you, Mayor Masters, referring to chart 7 in the report. So the debt servicing ratio there has grown slightly between 2020 and what's projected out to the end of 2022, about a 0.4% rate increase. And that's really just related to additional debt that Council has approved. There is a bump in 2019 that was due to some balloon payments that were made in that particular year. With respect to whether we expect to see this trend to continue, ultimately at the end of the day it really comes down to largely what additional debt, if any, City Council might approve in the future. And realistically, I know that, Council, there are a number of very large potential future capital projects out there that, may occur over the next number of years, and if financing is the tool chosen in part to help fund some of those projects, then that would impact this ratio. I would note that through our debt management policy that we do kind of set some upper limits and bottom limits under those ratios to help guide us to make sure that if we do take on debt, that we are in a healthy position to be able to manage the debt. And that's in part why we have these ratios and bring these to council.
Okay. Yeah, I did want to note that I think this is an excellent report. It's super helpful to me, being new to a lot of these terms. I do have one last question in relation to our target tax and rate supported debt ratio. And so we have that for our target. That one is at the top of the recommended range, 60%. So that's on page 11 in the appendix. And so I'm just wondering, like our other categories, we have a more modest target. And I'm just curious why our target for that one, have you found it yet? It is at 60%. Through the chair, please.
So through you, Mayor Masters, so I think when I look at the 60% ratio, sorry, I'm just looking at the report here. This is a consolidated debt to consolidated revenue ratio I believe you're referring to on page 11 of the report. So when we were setting these debt ratios, we looked at a number of best practice benchmarks associated with what are appropriate ratios for us to follow and to use. And one of them is our debt rating agency. This is one of the ratios that are very important for them in assessing credit rating and health of a municipality's debt position. And so when you refer to the 60%, we've been kind of around that 40% mark, give or take a few percentage points, and that graph's on the top of page 12. So we actually have been below that 60% limit that we've kind of set for ourselves as kind of a warning indicator that we need to have discussions. So we are actually below that 60% if I'm referring to the same ratio that you are.
Yeah, you are. I just noted that the range is 30 to 60%, and in the other categories, we seem to have a more conservative target for where we would fall in that range. And so this one seems to be an anomaly where our target was less than 60%, but not like somewhere closer to the 30% or in the middle of the range. So I was just curious if there was a specific reason for that.
So through you, Mayor Masters, not really a specific reason for it. Each ratio has a different perspective and measure to it. And so really our goal here is that for those ratios where we set a maximum balance, that we're keeping within that maximum balance is our primary goal and target here. And so I wouldn't necessarily tie each indicator to a correlation about how one interplays against the other. Usually it's pretty consistent. I think the key thing here would be, I think what's important for council to look at is those ratios and how, given those various ratios, how are we doing our actual result against those ratios? And if we start bumping up against any one of those, I think that is where, really it should show as kind of a yellow flag for council to have further discussions with administration and also additional discussions before perhaps considering additional debt.
Great, thank you. That's helpful, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Sakidniak. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the Mayor, on page 4, I just wanted to clarify the general operating fund debt, because I know that we're not allowed to have deficits, but what exactly is the debt in the general operating fund? Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through you, Mayor Masters. So when I look at perhaps how we've categorized this debt, I can see how that might be misconstrued as being debt that was used to fund operations. This debt relates to financing that was taken out a number of years ago when improvements were made to the Evraz properties, the Real properties, particularly with respect to that multi-arena complex that was built a number of years ago. So this debt actually relates primarily to capital infrastructure projects, relates all to capital infrastructure projects primarily related to that multi-arena facility. And it's captured here as general operating because the principal and interest payments are paid through the operating budget, but the original debt was taken out to fund capital infrastructure.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I think you kind of answered this question already through Councillor Zakidniak, but on page 7, there's a huge spike in principal payments in 2019. You just responded to her that it was balloon payments that were made. So I'm just wondering if you could just clarify that a little bit through the chair.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So we had a debt instrument that came due in the year of 2019, and this particular debt instrument had what is called a balloon payment attached to it. So the way that debt instrument worked is you did kind of gradually make principal and interest payments, but at the end, there was a huge payment to make when that debt became due. And so that is reflected in here, the payment of that principal and interest related to that debt instrument. In fact, what happened here is that debt instrument was partly related to the utility fund and partly related to the general fund operations. So when we made that balloon payment, the utility portion of that debt was retired by accessing utility reserve. However, at that point in time, administration made a recommendation with respect to that portion of the balloon payment that related to the general operating fund to basically refinance that debt. And so that relates to that $10 million that you had asked a question on earlier.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Councillor Moll.
Just to continue along the vein that Councillor Stadnicek was on, or sorry, Zakidniak, 65% of the $450 million debt limit, when is it a concern? When is it a yellow flag?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I'd say there's really kind of two mechanisms here. One is our debt management policy sets out some ratios where we believe that, if debt starts approaching the upper limit of those ratios, our debt, amount of debt we're taking out might not be healthy or as sustainable over the long term. That should raise questions and conversations about where we're at from a debt perspective. So we're below those ratios today. And then the second thing is really more of an external, what I would call, check as well. And that's that the Saskatchewan Municipal Board also approves a debt limit for us. And so when they approve that debt limit, they're also taking into consideration their view and ability of what the city can afford financially. And as this report indicates, we're $100 million plus below that debt limit. So I'd say those are kind of two really key indicators for council. Debt's not, I would mention, we believe we're in a healthy debt position, and I think it's always important for council to think about why we're taking out debt when we bring reports forward, seeking approval for additional debt. But debt's not necessarily always a bad thing. Sometimes it's important to take on debt to advance important infrastructure initiatives that are important in providing sustainable services and quality services to the residents of Regina. I think it's just really a matter of ensuring that we are in a good financial position to be able to service that debt without impacting the ability to provide services over the long term.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's definitely a few projects that have been talked about for the future, so thank you very much for that comment.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. I see no further questions from council, so I'll call on the clerk to call the vote to receive and file.
I'll begin with Councillor Moll, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Zakidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor LeBlanc, are you on the line? Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnicek.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-0,
You
Mayor.
missed Councillor Findura.
I'm sorry, Councillor Findura.
In favor.
The count is 9-0, Mayor. In favor.
Thank you. Committee reports. We'll now consider item CR 21-111, Dudney Avenue Corridor Rehabilitation Project Consulting Services. Councillor Mancinelli, can I ask that you introduce the report?
Sure. The report in question is to do with having a go-ahead for getting consultant services over the limit allowed without approval. Basically, with this report, we're looking at getting consultant services for developing the Dudney Avenue lands. Being that there's been a little bit of talk about controversy in the project and the final outcome, I think it's important to point out that the services in question have more to do with the current Dudney Avenue rehabilitation and what's happening currently on the site that's being used as opposed to the future site. That will be planned, these funds will be used towards it, but it sounds like it's a little bit more of a plastic process for what might come out in the long run.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any questions from members on this report? Councillor Stanczyk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. There's just one question that I neglected to ask at Executive Committee, so through the Mayor. In this project and in the RFP, will the city be working to coordinate with SaskTel and any other utilities so that necessary upgrades along Dudney can be done at the same time? And I'm asking this because I know that the warehouse district does not have high-speed internet, and I know this is something that they've been asking for.
Mr. Lacey.
Yes, thank you through you, Master. So thank you for the question and the opportunity to expand upon that from the discussion we had at Exec Committee. So this is a significant roadway infrastructure project, and so 100% we will be consulting with others that have infrastructure there. And so for projects this large, it is standard practice that we'll be consulting with organizations like Sask Power and as well with SaskTel, and we particularly are aware of some of the infrastructure concerns that the warehouse bid has, so we'll ensure that we'll be talking to SaskTel as we design this corridor.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stanczyk. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Are we certain that we can complete this project in time to take full advantage of the federal contribution to the project?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, we are confident we can complete this project. That federal funding needs to be used by March 31st, 2028, and this project will be completed by that deadline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seeing no further questions from Council, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stanczyk.
In favor.
Councillor Moore.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider item CR 21-112, multi-year budgeting. Councillor Mancinelli, can I ask that you introduce the report?
Thank you. The report in front of us has to do with passing over budgets for more than 1 year. Of course, every year the city deals with hundreds of millions of dollars worth of budgeting, many initiatives taking many years to complete. For the sake of efficiency and planning, it's been suggested, as many other municipalities, that we start to budget over multiple years. In Regina's instance, we're looking to start this up with a 2-year budget as opposed to the year-to-year budget we're dealing with right now. In debate at Executive Committee, there was questions asked about longer terms. It was decided and passed forward that maybe a 2-year start would be the best way to start implementation of this idea, and I stand in favor of it.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Administration, could I ask that you speak to the report before us? Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor Masters. So maybe just to expand upon some of the comments made by the Deputy Mayor. One of the key priorities in the official community plan is achieving long-term financial viability, and administration is making this recommendation in part that we believe developing budgets that look out more than 1 year does support that principle in the OCP. As well, we undertook interjurisdictional research, and we have noted that there is a general trend towards cities, even over the last 5 years, moving to multi-year budgeting approach for the reasons very similar to why we brought this recommendation forward to you, to provide a broader outlook and to think about budgeting more than a 1-year cycle, and providing the opportunity to link multi-year budgets more closely with longer-term strategic plans approved by Council. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Any questions from members of Council? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 9-1, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now go on for some informational reports. We'll consider item IR 21-3, which is the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant Corporation's 2020 annual report. Councillor Mancinelli, can I ask you to introduce the report, please?
So basically, it's the annual report we received from the city's business, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant. Outlines budgetary concerns as well as some of the unique circumstances covered off in the last year. That's about all I got to say.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Are there any questions from members of the report? Councillor Zahidniak.
Hi, sorry, I had some issues, technical issues when we covered this in committee, so I do have a few questions because I was unable to raise my hand during that meeting. So my first question is, with all the upgrades happening or planned, will the plant, so there is a bunch of upgrades and discussed in the annual report. I don't know if administration is going to be able to cover this, but will there be any additional major upgrades or work in the near future that administration is aware of outside of what's already mentioned in the annual report?
Through you, Mayor Masters, in our conversations that we have had with the administration of the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation, the plant renewal project is basically a significant undertaking that will address many of the aging capital infrastructure issues that they have, and they do not anticipate, there being in the near to medium term any additional significant capital work that would be required to be undertaken out there.
Okay, thank you. Also, just as a general question, and I'm sure administration could give a response to this, I've had and continue to have residents question why we should plan to have a surplus with our budgets when they are struggling to get by. So the 2021 operating budget projects I actually don't know if it's like 11,600 or like, there's a surplus projected. I can't read my notes here. So can you respond to that concern? So just when we hear that sort of concern from residents, just in general, what would your response be to that?
Yes. So thank you for that question, and through you, Mayor Masters. So the audited financial statements for the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation do show a surplus of 11.5 million, so it's million, 11.5 million in the 2020 year. This is in part due to accounting treatment for capital expenditures. So of that 11.5 million of it, 11.2 million of it really relates to contributions that were made by the federal and provincial governments with respect to their electrical capital upgrade project. And so you see that big difference because they have to recognize that revenue in the year that they receive it, yet that then becomes a capital project which is amortized over a number of years. And so only a small amount of the expenses show up every year over the number of years that that's amortized. So you do see that anomaly in the statements, but that's driven by how they have to account for their revenues under general accepted accounting practices. So the vast majority of those dollars are just grant dollars to cover off the electrical capital upgrade project.
Thank you, that's helpful. Also, I don't know if administration would be able to give any more information on the environmental strategy. It's mentioned that there's an environmental strategy being developed. That's page 16 of the annual report, and it doesn't give any details, so I don't know if we have any of those details.
Through you, Mayor Masters, maybe I'll just make a couple of comments, and I don't know if Mr. Doney is on the line or not, but if he is, I'll refer, perhaps he has further detail. So I do know that as the corporation is looking at renewing the plant infrastructure, one of the things they are doing is looking at it through a greener environmental lens. And so, for example, I know they're looking at solar panels, et cetera, and how the water is treated. I know as they upgrade pumps or work with the cities to upgrade the pumps there, they're looking at energy efficient pumps to lower the overall energy requirements to run that facility. And I'm sure there are more items, on their radar as they look to how they can make that plant more energy efficient. And I don't know if Mr. Doney is on the line, but perhaps we could just ask if he has any further information he could provide if he's available.
Mr. Doney?
Through you, Mayor Masters. I don't have any additional information, particularly because the design is ongoing right now. So as that design progresses, there'll be more information that comes available. But I can confirm what Mr. Lacey has said, is that the corporation is looking to ensure they're meeting environmental standards and reducing energy output as much as possible.
Okay, thank you. And similar to that last question, so one of the risks identified in a risk assessment was associated with climate and weather. And so I'm wondering if anyone can tell me what work Buffalo Pound is doing to plan for those risks that were identified in that risk review in relation to climate and weather. And it's okay if you don't know.
So through you, Mayor Masters, unless Mr. Doney has any information, I don't think we have that here with us today, but maybe I'll just ask Mr. Doney if he has any comment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't have any details, but I can confirm that for projects of this magnitude, they go through a climate lens that is regulated by the federal government, and so once that is completed, more information would come forward, but I don't have any details at this time.
Okay, thank you. I just have one final question. If we have any sense yet of the impact of the potential Viterra development on water demand at this time?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so certainly we've been in discussions with Viterra with respect to both their potable and wastewater needs. And within our current capacities, we believe that we are able to service that site. There's likely to be some work that will be required to do that, and at a future point in time, we'll be having that conversation with council.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Seeing no other questions from any member of council, I'd ask the clerk to please call the vote.
I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stabenchuk.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Carries 10-0, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next, you may have to turn some pages. We are going to consider public notice bylaw number 2021-50. And I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do the first reading of the bylaw. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that bylaw 2021-50 be introduced and read a first time.
Any opposed? Seeing none, carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Stadenchuk that bylaw 2021-50 be read a second time.
Do any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, any opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-50 going to third reading at this meeting.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Bresciani that bylaw 2021-50 read a third time.
Any opposed? Carried. Councillor Mancinelli. Public notice bylaws and delegations. We'll now consider public notice bylaw number 2021-51. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do the first reading for the bylaw.
I move seconded by Councillor Findura that bylaw 2021-51 be introduced and read a first time.
Any opposed? Carried. Say it now. Prior to the second reading, we have to, we'll pause from any further movement by Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, and we'll hear from the delegations respecting bylaw 2021. Hold the phone. I'd like to remind council, questions for delegates only, and that we do not enter into debate with delegates. As my meeting to chair, I will call points of order. I would ask all delegates who are paying attention right now and listening, we are speaking to a bylaw. The fact of the matter is, as council has voted, there will be one relative to banning conversion therapy. There is language that has been published before you, and you may speak to the contents of the bylaw. I appreciate that some members of the public may take a bit longer to make their point, and I will grant a little bit of leeway. In the past, when this matter has come before council or before committee, there have been inflammatory and derogatory comments made, completely irrelevant discussion and experiences shared relative to conversion therapy ban. Having said that, we welcome the public input relative to the bylaw as it's written before council this afternoon. Following the delegates' presentation, council will consider second reading, at which time any amendments on the floor of council may be introduced by any member of council and seconded and voted on. I would ask that we all have deep consideration that we are talking about human beings, and we need to show some respect for experiences that many of us will never and can never understand. Having said that, I'll call upon the first delegate. I would like to call upon Delegation Kent Peterson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have from you. Good afternoon, Kent Peterson.
Yeah, hi. Nice to be here again. Kent Peterson, representing Queen City for All, calling from Regina. Thanks to city administration staff and councillors for all your work on this issue. I want to especially thank Mayor Sandra Masters for demonstrating outstanding leadership. I had the opportunity to meet directly with Mayor Masters on how to better include and celebrate the LGBTQ+ community in Regina, and that conversation included the necessity to ban the horrific and discredited forms of violence that are conversion therapy. Like every queer and trans person, this bylaw is perfect just the way it is. But the process that got us here has been a harmful and divisive one. Well-funded interest groups based outside of Regina have inserted themselves into our business, trying to negatively impact what we do in our city. In previous city committee and council meetings, as a queer person, I have been called a pervert, a pedophile, a porn addict, and an adulterer. These slurs and insults have come from those who've swooped in from Alberta and BC and Ontario and even the United States to impose their agenda on Regina residents. And these horrible things and even worse things have been said about my trans and two-spirited friends are disgusting, and even further evidence of why you as a council need to adopt this bylaw today unamended. There are no valid concerns about definitions or scope in this bylaw. This bylaw helps protect LGBTQ plus children from abuse and violence. It helps protect vulnerable adults who are looking for support and affirmation from falling prey to the predatory practices of conversion therapy. I have heard there may be efforts to water down and gut this bylaw by amending its wording, possibly to allow abusive forms of so-called counseling to reduce same-sex attraction. And let's be clear, you cannot reduce same-sex attraction any more than you can reduce opposite-sex attraction. For another analogy, you cannot reduce same-sex attraction any more than you can make a racialized person into a non-racialized person. Counseling to reduce same-sex attraction is exactly what conversion therapy is. It's predatory, it's cruel, and it is revolting. I encourage counselors to vote down all efforts to create loopholes or exemptions in this bylaw. That said, this whole process has led to a number of positive results. It's shown that Regina residents and voters clearly and overwhelmingly support a ban on conversion therapy. It's opened a dialogue between the mayor and a majority of councillors with the LGBTQ plus community to make our city an even better place. And it's allowed allies to use their voices, including those in the faith community, evidenced by a letter signed by faith leaders in Regina who are Christian, Muslim, Sikh, and Jewish. There is a consensus among people who actually live here. Regina residents agree. All forms of conversion therapy are sick, repulsive, and need to be banned. This bylaw needs to be passed unamended and ideally unanimously. To read a quote from the letter signed by nearly 50 Regina faith leaders, quote, City Council should not be influenced by other faith leaders or people who push for exemptions, loopholes, or changes to the bylaw, end quote. This is about right and wrong. Adopting this bylaw unamended and unanimously right now is the right thing to do. Delaying the adoption of this bylaw even further or passing amendments is the wrong thing to do and will negatively impact people that actually live here and face the horrors of conversion therapy. Adopting this bylaw unamended today will allow survivors access to immediate resolutions against those who engage in the predatory practices of conversion therapy, including so-called counseling to reduce same-sex attraction. Adopting this bylaw unamended and unanimously today will make life better for people that actually live here, and it will save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peterson. Do any members of council have any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Kent Peterson, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thanks.
I would like to call upon delegation Dr. Oren Amate. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. So my name is Dr. Oren Amate. I'm calling from Toronto, Ontario, and I'm essentially representing myself along with several, I can be related to several organizations, but I'm speaking as a concerned psychologist who has worked in this area, dealing with issues of gender, sexuality, identity, distress, mental health issues, and as a clinical psychologist working in these areas, both clinically and also teaching at the university, I have an ethical duty not only to the individuals that I treat, but also to society. And so when I see that decisions are being made that could have an impact, a negative impact, both on the individuals and on society, I do have an ethical obligation to speak up, which is what has compelled me to come from Ontario to speak about these matters. And my bona fides are contained in the document that I submitted for this meeting. And I want to stress that I have no doubt that the bylaw in question is motivated by best intentions. The problem is that when good intentions are executed poorly, they can produce terrible unintended consequences. And most people, I want to be clear here, most people who have been contributing to decisions in policy or who have carried out those decisions, whether legally or medically or in the mental health field, are not experts in the area, meaning that we have, or they may have some knowledge about these issues. They may refer people to have expertise, who have expertise, but essentially they are taking their cues from others who are supposedly the ones with the requisite knowledge and experience. And there's a lot of talk about consensus within the mental health field, within medical organizations, about what is best practices or what are best practices for helping people, in this case specifically children and teens, with gender dysphoria or any type of gender-related issues. And the fact is, there is no such consensus. There is a lot of confusion. There's a lot of misleading statements and a lot of false claims or distorted claims about what the science say, what the experts say. And because most people aren't experts, if they hear something that sounds credible, if they are told something that's that appeals to their emotion, like, would you rather have a trans girl or a dead boy? When they hear these things, they're not able to make a well-informed, rational decision necessarily that is in the best interests of the individuals that they are trying to help. And the fact is, to date, there's no expert, no ethical and honest expert who will tell you that we know the best way to help people dealing with gender dysphoria. There are many different approaches, and there are papers that claim that certain approaches produce positive results, and then there are other papers that contradict these findings. So when people say look to the science, when they say listen to the experts, it is a selective reading of the evidence. It's often misleading, it's distorted, and it neglects some of the many serious methodological flaws that produce the results that proclaim that this is the right approach. And by this, I mean gender-affirming care. For some people, that will work. For other people, it will lead them down a path that they would not otherwise have gone. And I'm not saying this is a conspiracy. I'm not saying that parents are lining up to trans their children. What I'm saying is that parents, experts, whether medical, legal, educational, they are hoping to do best by the people they're trying to help. They have good intentions in most cases. But the reality is we don't know the best approach. We have approximations. We have things that work for some people, but not for others. We have some interventions that have saved some people's lives and literally ruined others, leading to suicide. So the problem is that the wording of your proposed bylaw, which is based primarily on activism, it's based on activism that is conducted primarily by people with self-serving motives. This bylaw, or proposed bylaw, will help ensure that we will not arrive at the best solution to helping people with gender dysphoria or gender-related issues, because certain approaches are being shut out. They're being shut down, and now there are very few medical or mental health professionals who are willing to risk their professional and legal standing, because they could be sued, they could be arrested, they could have their career taken away from them because the wording is so vague. It's not, I understand the intention, but there's enough room there that a patient or an activist group or a patient being influenced by an activist group could very easily claim that a professional was acting unethically and illegally.
Thank you. Dr. Amate, you're past 5 minutes now.
Sorry, thank you.
Nope, that's okay. I thank you very much for your presentation and the written submission that you provided to Council. It was quite comprehensive. I have one question from Council. Councillor Zakidniak.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Can you please clarify with the wording of the bylaw what exactly, more specifically, what sort of therapy you think, in your opinion, that you wouldn't be able to practice anymore?
Okay, so by conflating conversion therapy for sexual orientation with gender-related issues. Okay, the fact that the word conversion therapy, when it says conversion therapy for, and then it gives the list, the goal of repairing, changing, suppressing, or converting an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, sorry. That wording means that if someone came to me as a teenager, let's say, and she says, let's say it's a biological female, and she says to me, I now consider myself a male, and I would like to be called, by male pronouns, etc. And I'm thinking of going on testosterone and so on. My concern, and it's a valid concern and is shared by many of my colleagues, is if I were to question her and say, how have you come to this place? Why do you believe this? If I look at her history, okay, she could assume that by my asking why, it's not an inquisitive why, as in the same type of why we would ask for literally any other issue, but rather a punitive or condemnatory why. Why would you do that when it's wrong? It can be misinterpreted in that way. And if you believe that no professional body would take such a question as why in that way, then you do not have enough experience with the professional bodies. And I'm not saying this in an insulting manner. I'm just saying that I've had many involvements with my college. I know many people in different colleges who had similar involvements. And in the area of trans-related issues or gender-related issues, sometimes the interpretation of our actions, of our clinical interventions, are very questionable, and we're not given the benefit of the doubt. So virtually any type of questioning, okay, that does not align with the person's stated, let's say, gender identity. Again, just asking the question of how did we get here, are there other issues that might be at play? Are we dealing with trauma? Are we dealing with a mental health condition such as autism? Are we looking at family dynamics that should, maybe be repaired first before trying to change someone's gender identity? If that's, if that's not appropriate about changing gender identity, any of this questioning, which in any other condition, nobody would question. They would say, this is what you're supposed to do. You rule out alternative explanations. You help the patient find out why they are experiencing the distress, the dysphoria, the confusion that they are experiencing. These are the questions we're supposed to ask. And because the word conversion therapy is being used in this manner and is being conflated with conversion therapy for sexual orientation, we run the risk. So it's almost anything to do with wondering how and why the person is feeling the way they're feeling. And because the research is very clear, most people, especially younger people, if they say, for example, if the biological boy and he says he's a girl, we know for a fact, if nothing is said or done, if we employ watchful waiting, which we used to do, the vast majority of such children would eventually say, no, I'm not a girl, I am a boy. And that's not conversion, that's just allowing the child to work out his or her personal identity, his or her gender expression and gender identity. And a therapist is supposed to be there to help the person find the best answer for themselves. And again, the way the wording is, and the way that people are conceptualizing these issues, it puts every mental health or medical professional at risk of having their motives and their actions misconstrued and misrepresented.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you please confirm for us what you write, that you've been banned by the Ontario Psychological Association for life?
I have, yes.
Thank you.
Would you like to know why or no?
Thank you.
A question asked and answered,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you again very much, Dr. Amate, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you for allowing me the time.
I would like to call upon Delegation Terry Taharske Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hello?
Sorry, I believe you accidentally muted yourself. You're on
Mayor
now.
Masters?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Masters, for the opportunity to speak, and to all the councillors. I know you're going to have a long, hard day, and congratulations for you'll get through this. I support a law banning harmful coercive counseling, but not this ban. And in preparation for this submission, I had to work with many gay and trans people. The media have been describing people who have spoken at City Council as in the past as bigots, or they quote people as that we are bigots. And then it's even worse, but I won't describe that. There's lots of slurs, and there was no uproar by the councillors or reasonable people in the media. Today, I want my submission to alert you that your council contributes to a negative environment for citizens by not acknowledging everyone from all walks of life, including gay and trans people, are opposed to this bylaw. I want to ask you for a fair hearing, and I want to earn your respect so that you will acknowledge there are excellent arguments to oppose this bylaw. Now, the bylaw is poorly worded and it's an overreach. In the abstract, the definition of conversion therapy used by Wells and the Canadian Psychological Association, it's used, but then it does not use that definition in the wording in Schedule A. So you're using something different. In particular, the CPA definition does not mention non-heterosexual sexual behavior, as your bylaw does. There's non-heterosexual sexual behavior. That's gay behavior, and is therefore sexual behavior, or for straight people, right? The heterosexual behavior is for straight people. Your bylaw is saying gay people cannot reduce sexual behavior. So straight people can get help if they have bad sexual behavior, but gay people cannot get help to reduce, repress non-sexual sexual behavior. This is extremely confusing wording. And in addition, the CPA conversion therapy only includes sexual orientation, okay? So this means you may have several errors or mistakes, and these could be serious, and so several points of order could be made about your abstract, but I won't go on there. The Regina bylaw also, it restricts even more than the Bill C, and you've actually got things like it could be a Bible, or a business could be a church, things like that. Now, the process, I've said it's flawed. You talked about, you know, the Saturday thing where you changed the bylaw on us, and it looks like Orwellian techniques. So you remove Clause D, and this one person says, talking with the churches, you have seen the Lutheran Church. You should have seen the Lutheran Church has spoken out on this, and they created a document. The Catholic Church created a document. The Evangelical, and we could have gotten for people to sign that, churches to sign this, but you only gave us like 5 days, and so this seems Orwellian. Okay, the bylaw is missing necessary wording, and we talked about watchful waiting, and it's hard on psychologists. The gender report, I submitted you the gender report, and it outlines that the bylaw also interferes with psychologists. It creates a situation where there's lots of lawsuits. The government has made no mention of the drug companies' bias for transitioning, no problems in other countries. So the LGBT Alliance document, I gave you points out why many gays are opposed to this bylaw. The Regina Council needs to debate scientific evidence with top research about the dangers of affirmative care, and this research is changing legislation in Europe and forcing countries in other places. And the bylaw has been rushed. It's divisive. We've brought political interference into this. There are many experts, organizations and experts who are against this, such as the LGBT Alliance, Women's Human Rights, and the Gender Report. And there are gay people and feminists, and they don't believe the bylaw. They believe the bylaw is a threat to women, girls, boys, and it erases sex-based rights. Okay, so there's a majority of Regina people whose beliefs are against this, a big majority. And I'd like to say that I've tried to give you all these reports. These are not my opinions necessarily, but they are very credible. And I've given you the reports, and I'd like to thank you for listening, and I hope you'll say that there are arguments on the other side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taharski, for the presentation as well as for the written submission you provided to Council. I have a Council question for you from Councillor Mole.
Thank you very much.
I have to admit, Terry, I didn't have time to read through all your information as it was quite extensive. You mentioned a couple of things. Orwellian, I don't even know what you were talking about. What's that mean?
Well, in Orwellian, they talk about doublespeak, and because you use conversion therapy with many definitions, like some include sexual orientation, and actually most include sexual orientation, but lots, probably many, maybe over 100, do not include gender identity and gender expression, and yours does. It's the most extreme. And as I said, Orwellian, you changed on Saturday midstream, and then your obscure language of non-heterosexual sexual behavior. So, and then you say, and as that one speaker said, oh, there's all these churches, and then we've tried to show you the Catholic Church did a big document to the government, the Lutheran Church, I know the Baptists. So, if you don't have a bylaw and the bylaw changes, how are we supposed to get you, something to confirm? So this is why I said it was Orwellian.
Okay, I think I understand you. I do agree with one point you made. It was very quick from when the bylaw was posted for any sort of commentary before the meeting, and there was confusion in being posted and then changed. So I do understand what you say there, and you're probably right. You probably could have got some support letters. So extreme, why is this bylaw extreme?
Yeah, you're asking why is the bylaw extreme?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Well, if you look at the gender report, it will, and it says that it will eliminate sex-based rights, and I think it's difficult for lesbians. Okay, and I don't want to go into it because that's our. But if you read the report, it says it's very difficult for lesbians. Now the JCCF says it bans, it harms prayer. So, and the Women's Health says that it's difficult to deal with gender identity and expression. That's not defined. Those words aren't defined. I believe you're saying that that anyone who's a boy, like if a boy says they're a girl, your document says anybody, like 2 years old, 5 years old, can say these things, and you can't question them. That seems extreme. And I could go on, but I think I should stop there. If you read the documents, though, there are many things that are extreme about your current bill.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Mole. Seeing no further questions from Council, I'll thank you again very much, Mr. Taharski, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Charles Kavanagh. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to questions that members of Council may have from you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak my points of concern regarding this bylaw. My name is Charlie Kavanagh, and I'm calling you from 1835 Halifax Street. I'm the director of the Marion Centre, which has served the poor of this city in its own humble way for more than 50 years. We welcome people of all faiths and of none, of all ethnic backgrounds, men and women, gay, straight, transgender. We do not ask questions. They come for food and clothing, but they also come for friendship, and they become our friends. Sometimes they ask us to pray with them, which we do in a way respectful of their persons. Sometimes in their distress, their addictions, their physical sickness, they ask to talk to us, and we listen. We respond, again, in a way that is respectful of their freedom, but also in a way which is consistent with our own moral and religious beliefs. Hence my problem with aspects of this bill the council is considering, and I'll mention a few. The wording of this bill is overbroad and needs to be specifically limited to behaviors that are deliberately coercive. It is coercive conversion therapy that should be banned. Regarding some of the wording, regarding the provision of counseling, this wording needs to specify the counseling as coercive. Without clarification, the wording could intimidate the freedom required of two persons entering into counsel. Regarding the use of scientific evidence, this is prejudicial and gives no reference to opposing scientific evidence. Regarding to the words that it can include prayer or religious rites, it is only coercive behavior that needs to be banned and not every possible circumstance where this might be found. These words could be construed to intimidate persons of faith where there is no such coercive intent or behavior. And regarding conversion therapy is harmful to persons of all ages, no attempt is made to acknowledge or protect the right and duty of parents to instruct and teach their children in accordance with their moral and religious beliefs. The wording of the bill needs to be clarified to assure the protection of these basic human rights. Finally, although the intent of this bill is to ban conversion therapy within the city, the bill itself, as written, would seem to demand a conversion to a sexual ideology which many people of the city do not share. In this sense, the purpose of the bill is contradicted. So I thank you for listening to these points of concern.
Thank you very much, Charles Kavanaugh, for your presentation this afternoon. I'll ask if there are any members of council who have questions for the delegate. Seeing none, I will thank you once more, Mr. Kavanaugh, for your presentation and as well as the written submission that you provided to council today. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Narissa Young. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon. Narissa Young, we believe you've muted yourself, and I think you're ready to go. Please proceed.
Hello.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Hello. Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters. Am I muted? Oh.
No, you're not muted anymore. You're on. We can hear you.
My name is, Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and City Councilors. My name is Narissa Young. I am from Regina. I represent myself. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak my heart before the council this afternoon.
Ms. Young, if you would mute the broadcast in the background, you'll be able to communicate a little bit better, I think, with council.
Thank you, thank you. Sorry about that. First of all, I would like to say that I support a ban on coercive counseling, which is more like torture. No one supports that, but this bylaw, as worded, bans so much more than this. As I have gay family and relatives, this is very close to my heart. I come here with a fearful heart that this bylaw will shut down my voice and other Canadians to advise, help, guide, and pray for them, whether young or adult, when they need or ask for our assistance. I oppose this bylaw for the following reasons. The bylaw is not properly worded and need many changes. Right now, it bans more than conversion therapy. It also bans helpful counseling. The bylaw discriminates against Canadians by limiting what services they can receive based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. The bylaw criminalizes professionals and faith-based counseling voluntarily requested and consent to by the LGBTQ+ Canadians. Many people, regardless of orientation, need counseling at times. to manage or reduce unwanted behaviors. This bylaw hinders parents' freedom for an open conversation with their own children about sexuality, sexual behavior, setting house rules about sex and relationships. As a family and parent, I will be criminalized when I, in love and in respect, discuss my differing view on a person's orientation or gender identity with an LGBTQ who seeks advice voluntarily, be it in private, professional, educational, or religious setting. It also limits parents' choices on what services or resources to seek or to use so that they won't be penalized. We cannot raise our children in fear of what to say, of where to go for counseling, or handling a situation as we deemed right. It will limit parents' role when the child wants help to reduce non-heterosexual sexual behavior. This law will have a lasting effect on the future generation. Please think of our new parents and their babies, and yet those to be born. The changes in the wordings of this bylaw will have great impact on how these parents and children can dialogue and seek freely the services needed in each situation. Nobody's voice should be shut down. All voices should be heard in love and kindness and not hatred. It is inclusive of any beliefs, opinions, appearance, origin, and skin color. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Young. I'm just going to give council a moment to let me know if they would like to ask any questions. Seeing
Thank
none,
you.
I'll thank you again very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kevin Phillip. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I am calling from my office in Regina, Saskatchewan, and was asked by the Archdiocese, the Catholic Archdiocese of Regina, to speak a few months ago on this issue. The Catholic Church, like many Canadians, is opposed to all forms of coercive and manipulative activities because they don't respect the sacred dignity of the human person and the freedoms inherent with that dignity. Any law concerning conversion therapy has to take a careful balance. I'm quoting Father Thomas Collins from Toronto here. He says that on the one hand, the law must recognize that coercive and harmful practices have no place in our social order, and I have no doubt that all of us agree on that we have to make sure that those coercive and harmful practices are limited to under the fullest extent of the law. We don't want anyone to suffer unjustly. My problem here with this bylaw and this bill that's being tabled federally, we'll see how that goes, is that it labels all sorts of therapy, prayer counseling, talk therapy, and even, dare I say, conversations between parents and children, I wonder, as conversion therapy, which refers to a very specific practice of counseling people that struggle with a same-sex attraction. And I know that I read in the newspapers and some of the news releases about this issue that this conversion therapy bylaw is a form of suicide prevention. And I got to say myself, I've spoken to you guys twice before, that my form of suicide prevention involved what you deem to be a conversion therapy practice. Going through a counselor, having talk therapy, dealing with some issues that I had to deal with years ago was so helpful for me. And it's really unfortunate and saddening to me that this is something that you guys are proposing as the only way to seek healing, the only way to seek therapy, the only way to seek dialogue and true fulfillment as a human person. That really troubles me. And it bothers me a lot. It forces everybody, and Charles Kavanaugh said it so clearly. I really like what he said. But it forces everybody to abide by a particular code of sexual ethics. And that the only code of sexual ethics that's allowable here in the city of Regina is the code that you've adhered to by allowing experts in a field that you carefully chose. And if somebody like Abigail Shire, who wrote a book on transgenderism, for example, if you disagreed with her, automatically just dismissed it as biased and unfair and unscientific. That type of dialogue and language is really troubling, especially for a group of people, and I don't mean to, come across too harshly, but especially for a group of people that seeks to tout diversity and openness and dialogue and fostering peace. There's nothing peaceful about saying there's only one way to think about sexual ethics. There's nothing peaceful about this at all. And in the news releases that you said yourselves, I'm not sure if you're listening, but in the news releases that you said yourselves, that this does not involve, certain types of dialogue between parents and things, then have that in this bylaw. Word those things clearly if you want to try and appease my concerns or people like me. Put it in the bylaw that parents can have dialogue and prayer with their kids. And it really subverts the Catholic understanding of the human person, that God's intention to create us as male and female wasn't an accident. And that in our maleness and our femaleness, there's a purpose and a plan that only I can achieve as a male and only you can achieve as a female, mere masters. It's a plan and a purpose that God has designed for us to attain. And this is something that I want to freely communicate to children and to youth, to my own self, to my own kids. This is something that's really life-giving, that you are good in who you are and who you're created to be. And I understand that dialogue of you are good goes throughout this entire discussion, and it really does come to the core of everything we're talking about, that all human beings are good. But what you guys are saying is that people who think like me are bigoted, are biased, are intolerant, that are and our thoughts are not allowed in your discussion tables. I think that, and I said this before, and I understand that it's an outlandish example, perhaps, I don't know, maybe something that's unconventional, but this is on the heels of you guys removing Sir John A. Macdonald as a way to stand up for the plight of our Indigenous communities, our cousins, our brothers and sisters, and for the residential schools. But you're doing the same thing. You guys tell Canadians and Regina citizens that you are the primary educators of children and people, that there's only one way to seek healing and one way to seek wholeness, and that's your way, or maybe Christopher Well's way. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that was clear.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Phillip, for that presentation. I'm going to give Council a moment. Councillor LeBlanc, I understand you have a question. Please proceed.
I do. Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. Before I ask, I just want to clarify whether you're here on behalf of the Roman Catholic Diocese or whether you're simply a member and speaking from a Catholic perspective.
On behalf of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese, yeah.
Thank you. So my clarifying question isn't so much about why conversion therapy is consistent with certain Catholic worldviews, but more about the ordering. So as I understand it, this is the first issue since I've been on council that the Roman Catholic Diocese has come to make formal submissions on. So why this issue when not John A., when not protection of creation, when not economic inequality? Why is this the central issue for the diocese to fulfill God's work in Regina that you come to speak to us on? Why is it at the top of the list? Thank you.
That's a great question, a very respectful question. Thanks for asking it that way. I don't have a full answer for you. Some of it has to do with what we are aware of. But just because we haven't spoken out beforehand on certain issues doesn't mean that's lack of care. I mean, you're speaking about the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Regina as an official body, but Roman Catholics and Catholics in general throughout Regina do a lot of great work. Marriage Center, for example, is a Catholic organization. There's a lot of other organizations within Regina, like the Knights of Columbus, do a lot of great work to support the economic and social needs of our citizens. And so be careful how you're framing this question. Now, as far as our Archdiocese officially getting on board with this one, I think that this is something that impacts us at our very core. And it's something that really does come against religious freedoms, even though you guys say it doesn't. It really does, because it tells us there's only one way to adhere to sexual ethics. There's only one way for morality. And you're saying that at the same time that you're trying to, pat everybody on the back that we're really diverse and really kind and really happy and loving. It's just, there's a dissonance there, Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you. Appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Seeing no other question, I'll thank you again, Mr. Phillip, for your presentation this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon delegation Kate Fisher. I would like you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have from you. Although I will caution you, Ms. Fisher, in terms of item number 2 on your written submission, if you speak to that item, it is not relevant to the bylaw before us, and so I will cut you off. So if you'd like to address items 1, 3, and 4 from your written submission, that would be perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes. Okay, I'm just muting myself here. Okay, so I just introducing myself. First of all, thank you. I really am appreciate. Yes? Yes.
We can hear you again, Ms. Fisher. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
You may have to mute what you're listening to in the background in order to enter into a presentation with council.
Okay. Hi there. Hello?
We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. I'm a grandmother of 6, and I had worked as a house mom with youth at risk for 8 years. And I am very honored to have known a variety of amazing young people. I still know many of them, although most of them are adults now. But this... Okay, so I'm just going to close this down so I don't get caught again. Okay, so I'm skipping over to, I'm going to address, because honestly, there's been so much good information that's been provided, and I certainly do not want to be redundant. One of the big issues for me is the people that have care of our youth wanting to take that watchful, waiting approach and thinking that this is going to be best for their youth, and then finding out that this isn't the right approach because of a bylaw that's been instated by our city. And I'm concerned about that. Now, I have addressed, I really would encourage the council to, and maybe you already have, and I'm just assuming that there hasn't been a deep dive made by some of the councillors here, but that you really study conversion therapy and the meaning behind it and how it's been distorted for the purposes of this bylaw. The bottom line is that I want to stand in the gap of the kids that don't have a mother or a father to help them through this season or through a season of gender confusion. I spoke with my adult children and my friends and my neighbors about their thinking on this subject, and teachers and counselors, computer programmers, administrators, homemakers. Not one of them are disagreeing with my thinking, but the intimidation is by far one of the reasons why they wouldn't join me today. I suspect that some of them are listening, though. And they're afraid of those who don't want to hear opposing views. but I want to thank you for allowing me to have a safe and fair discussion about these legitimate concerns, and it is my hope that you will all be very wise.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. That was
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions from council, so I will again say we appreciate your presentation as well as your written submission into council today, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Marcia Friday. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you are representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer questions that members of council may have from you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcia Freed, and I would like to highlight the following with respect to the wording of the Regina conversion therapy bylaw. Let me first thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak here. We all support the end to harmful and coercive counseling. However, I do not think this is the jurisdiction of the city. The federal government has the power to ban criminal practices, and the city should defer to them. These are life-changing decisions to children and parents, and as such, I feel the bylaw is not worded properly and needs many changes. If the city is wrong with this proposal, it affects many people for the rest of their lives. It may be more appropriate to warn people with this proposal that it does affect people for the rest of their lives. It may be appropriate to warn people that the number of people who regret making these kinds of decisions for surgeries and taking hormones. The words and content of the bylaw should be focused so it will only affect the people causing harm. Right now, the wording of the bylaw is too broad and will affect many people who are not harming the LGBTQ people. If the city is wrong with this proposal, and it affects many people for the rest of their lives. People seeking counseling for gender or sexuality questions are making life-changing decisions, many with children. As such, I feel the bylaw must be worded properly to protect those children. Right now, it needs many changes. For example, the law should acknowledge the number of people who regret choosing life-changing surgery and hormones. I just watched a video where a person was suicidal for 8 years after that surgery.
Ms. Friday, we're here to speak to the bylaw and the wording of the bylaw. I'm going to suggest that you're going off of topic by discussing issues relative to hormones and transitioning and transition care. If you'd like it, bring it back to speak about the bylaw. You can turn your mic back on. If you press *6 on your phone, it'll unmute your telephone.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. In the inclusion of the words without favoring an exception means that there's not an exception. You can explore anything if you favor a path that you choose to follow. This limits the support parents can choose for their child. In reference to gender identity and expression should not be the bylaw because gender is fluid and people should be able to embrace change in their gender expression and identity. Reference to religion and prayer, I'm not sure if that needs to be in there. The reference to the bylaw based on science does not seem accurate since there's no science mentioned, including the science of gender and medical consequences of transition. The words state that a child under 16 can determine their gender identity, that any age is appropriate. Thank you for allowing me to express my opinion that this law is unjust and should be limited.
Thank you very much, Ms. Friday, for your presentation. I'll give council a moment to see if they have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Seeing none, I'll thank you again very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you now please leave the meeting.
Okay, just hang up. Okay, bye.
I'd like to call upon delegation Benjamin Furland. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon. I believe you've muted yourself. If you press *6, it'll allow the speaker to come back on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Please proceed.
Very good. My name is Benjamin Furland. I'm Associate Legal Counsel for the Christian Legal Fellowship. I'm calling you from Edmonton this afternoon. Just by way of background, we're a national association of lawyers, retired judges, law professors, and law students from across the country, including right there in Regina. And our members are accustomed to appearing before parliamentary committees, provincial governments and regulators, and all levels of court on these sorts of issues. Our expertise specifically focuses on the Canadian Charter, human rights, and matters affecting religious minorities in pluralist society. We'll be clear that CLF supports the banning of coercive and abusive treatments, but we have a number of concerns with this bylaw, at least in its current form. And with the time I have, I'm just going to focus on one of those concerns. I will note in passing, however, our very strong doubts as to whether a prohibition on conscientiously or religiously informed expression between consenting individuals could ever fall within the legislative purview of a municipality, and that's even under the guise of regulating the conduct of business within municipal boundaries. On to the primary concern, though, it's that this bylaw, as drafted, appears to violate Regina's duty of state neutrality. That's a constitutional principle. And it does so by institutionalizing a particular belief system about the sexuality and gender and what they mean, and effectively criminalizing the development and transmission of beliefs that don't conform to that institutional perspective. In consequence, it discriminates against certain sexual minorities by denying them the fundamental right to self-determination on the basis of harmful stereotypes. Now, our concern flows mainly from the bylaw's proposed definition of conversion therapy. And we're concerned that this bylaw makes no distinction between coercive and abusive practices on the one hand and voluntary, caring and beneficial practices on the other. But more importantly, and more to my point, this lack of nuance appears to be based on a clear ideological or philosophical opposition to certain beliefs about human sexuality and gender, including specifically the belief that God designed human sexuality or gender in a particular way. Now, the bylaw appears to us intended to prevent the expression of such beliefs within the context of counseling, support groups, religious settings, and so on. And that's even where the participants themselves hold these beliefs and are framing their personal goals around them. Now, the definition implies that such perspectives, and by extension those who hold them, are threats to the community. Respectfully, that can't stand under the Charter. The Canadians that are going to be affected by this are entitled to hold diverse beliefs on sexuality and gender. Those are rooted in a variety of sources, not just religion. And this diversity is the fact of pluralism in which we live, and it's quite honestly, it's a fact that our Constitution ably responds to. The legitimacy of these differences and their public expression and their transmission is clearly and firmly enshrined in the Charter, among other statutes. Now, Canadian law doesn't eradicate those types of differences of belief, but rather maintains conditions that allow everyone to flourish. On the point of state neutrality, it's important to bear in mind that the Supreme Court of Canada has made it clear that state neutrality requires that the state neither favor nor hinder any particular belief. But more than this, it requires that the state abstain from taking any position and avoid adhering to a particular belief. In other words, whatever the views of any particular member of this Honourable Council might have towards, for example, traditional or religiously informed beliefs around sexuality and gender, it's not open to the City of Regina as such to legislate the perspective that one's personal desire to say reduce or eliminate certain attractions or behaviors is any less worthy than the desire to embrace or affirm any or all of those same attractions or behaviors. And this neutrality is actually essential to the representativeness of government in any free and democratic society. Our law recognizes this fact. Now, in consequence of breaching state neutrality, the bylaw denies certain minorities equal protection and benefit of the law and promotes harmful stereotypes. Section 15 of the Charter specifically intends to prevent these sorts of incidents, and at a minimum, it prevents governments from making stereotypical applications of presumed group or personal characteristics, and certainly from discriminating on the basis of such stereotypes. So the issue is that this bylaw not only denies citizens the benefits and protections of law based on their beliefs, sexual orientation, and gender, but also that it institutionalizes and propagates precisely the harmful stereotypes that Section 15 is intended to combat. Now, passage of the bylaw in its current form would propagate that harmful stereotype, specifically that traditional and religiously informed sexual ethics and those who hold them are bigoted or uncaring or damaging somehow to society. But further, it propagates the stereotype that sexual minorities cannot and should not prioritize their personal convictions in accordance with their beliefs. And in sum, CLF would gladly support a ban on coercive, abusive conversion therapies. However, this bylaw just goes too far beyond that objective. And for this reason, we recommend Council amend the proposed definition of conversion therapy, affirm the legitimacy of citizens' diverse beliefs, much as is done in the Civil Marriage Act, and make it right so that we can all support it. And I give you thanks for my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Furland?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just giving one moment to see if any member of council has a question for you. I'm seeing none, so I'll thank you again very much for the presentation and the written submission that you provided to council on this issue. And I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I would like to call upon delegation Lynn Huget. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that the members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Lynn Huggett. I'm a senior living in Regina in a world seemingly upside down. I represent myself, and I have seen a lot to know our society has grown in compassion and knowledge concerning the LGBTQ plus community, and that is a good thing. It wasn't like that when I was a child. I understand and agree we should all be against charlatans claiming, in their words, not mine, to fix or make normal those wishing to become or are gay. However, how many cases of this behavior actually taking place these days, and how many in Regina? I'm a little confused by that. My main focus here is on the children. Thus, if there is to be a bylaw, I think it ought to be split in two, one for children through age 20 and one for adults from age 21 on, when the adult brain is fully developed. The current proposed bylaw states that any age. The proposed bylaw takes on the task of protecting those who wish to self-identify as gay or transgender, but I'm confused as to where the counseling is it available or not to them for transgendering back if they choose to, or to heterosexuality, or actually helping them to decide if they are actually gay or heterosexual. I know the ban is pertaining to businesses. However, when you use the term individual in your definitions, does that include parents or teachers, the clergy? Would children have those adults closest to them available to have these discussions about the differences between being gay, being heterosexual? We all know too well what not allowing parents to raise their children can do, i.e. Indigenous residential school issues. Are parents banned from heterosexuality discussions with their children? Are clergy banned from providing Bibles or books? Also, I did not see a ban on dispensing drugs to children to alter their gender or operations involved with transgendering. Is there a reason they are not addressed in the ban? Curiously, the proposed bylaw was changed 2 days following publication, leaving me to believe it really isn't quite ready yet. There seems to be a rush to legalize this proposed bylaw, or even worse, compete with other municipalities. I believe this should be a federal matter which will be voted on in the Senate in the very near future, rather than having a federal bill and many provincial, territorial, and municipal bylaws. For all of these reasons, I believe this proposed bylaw, number 2021-51, ought to be denied or at the very least delayed. Perhaps it takes a village has now gone too far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huggett, for your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I don't see any questions for council for you, so I'll thank you again for both your written submission and your presentation, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Or at the very least delayed. Perhaps it takes the village has now gone too far. Thank you.
I'd like to, Ms. Poirier, if you could turn off the feed that you're watching, there'll be an echo otherwise and a delay, but I'd like to call upon delegation Angèle Poirier. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can, thanks. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. My name is Angèle Poirier, as you say, and I'm a homeowner in Ward 9. I'm phoning from Regina. Here's 5 reasons why a conversion therapy bylaw in Regina is a bad idea. Number 1, what's good for Saskatoon may not be good for Regina. These are 2 different cities, and we don't have to follow Saskatoon's lead on everything. Number 2, a misuse of terms. Conversion therapy is a catch-all phrase which has been very broadly defined in the City of Regina's draft bylaw and abstract. In the abstract, the definition of conversion therapy is copy-pasted from Christopher Wells, who almost copy-pasted it from the Canadian Psychological Association, CPA, but modified it to make it broader. The CPA says that conversion therapy is any formal therapeutic attempt, while K. Wells says any deliberate attempt. Do you see how any deliberate attempt could include things like parents speaking to their children or seeking professional counseling? Second, the CPA says to change the sexual orientation of, while Wells and the bylaw in Schedule A says to change the sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression of. Do you see how this increases conversion therapy's facets from 1, just sexual orientation, to 3, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression? As a side note, even LGB Canada opposes Bill C6 for many reasons, including the affirmation that sexual orientation and gender identity are 2 very different things. Finally, the CPA only talks about the conversion of bisexual, gay, and lesbian individuals to heterosexual, which is very specific. Wells says any person, and the bylaw draft in Schedule A says a person. Yet despite all these changes made by Wells, he claims that the CPA endorses his guide. Yes, the CPA clearly opposes conversion therapy, but perhaps not necessarily Christopher Wells' version of conversion therapy. This council should approach Wells' so-called policy guide and its bylaw language with caution. Number 3, parents must be allowed to parent.
Ms. Poirier, I have muted you before council. There is a straying from the bylaw discussion. I'm going to ask that you bypass number 3 and number 4, and if you'd like to move on to number 5, specific to the bylaw language and not a dissertation on social issues that may or may not exist, not relevant for the bylaw. You can hit *6 and you'll be allowed back in the meeting. Ms. Poirier, you're still on mute. If you wanted to come back to speak to number 5 and close, that would be *6 on your phone.
Forgive me your word. I guess they didn't press. Number 5, this is premature. this council writes a letter of support to the federal government, what's implied is that the letter reflects the majority position of this city's residents. But this council doesn't necessarily know the majority position of residents. This subject is not on Be Heard Regina. Councillors have not actively sought out the opinions of residents in their wards. No letters were mailed out to households, no inserts included in water bills. What does the average resident think about this? And what might they think once they had all the facts? Until council knows the answer, any action, in my view, is hasty and premature.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give the council a moment to see if anyone has a question for you on your presentation. Seeing none, I'll thank you again very much for your presentation, as well as the written submission that you provided to council for today's hearing. I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just ask before leaving, is there any bylaw or legislation you can point me to as to why numbers 3 and 4 weren't allowed today, just for my own information?
I will follow up with you. I believe City Clerk has your contact information, and I'll let you know.
Yes.
Thank
you, Your Worship. Leaving now. Bye-bye.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Val Wright. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to answer questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
My name is Val Wright, and I represent myself today, and I would like to say thank you to Mayor Masters and City Council for allowing me this time to share what's on my heart concerning this bylaw. The reason why I'm here is because I attended by television the meeting on April 28th, as well as a previous meeting, and I heard the most amazing stories, and I heard so many voices that spoke of hope. And I know it was a very long day. I watched it from 1 till 10:30. I saw City Council get very weary by the end of the day. I actually thought it was not a good time for them to vote on such an important issue. But nevertheless, it has happened, and so I just had to let you know how I'm feeling about all of this. I read the bylaw. I found it very vague, confusing, and hard for the average person to understand. The abstract, there were some things in both, actually, that concern me a lot. And the part about this bylaw, protecting persons of all ages, I have a great deal of concern about how restrictive this bylaw is and how it restricts some of the people who could help present options that would help some of these struggling people to find the right path for their life. And it's not a rigid thing. And over the last year and a half, I've heard this cancel culture over and over again. And when I hear about certain opinions not being allowed to be shared, especially when I hear about the church and parents and how it may restrict them and good counseling, I think, where have we gone? I look at other provinces and I see pastors being thrown in jail. I see a father being locked up. I see such dangerous things happening in society, and I think this cancel culture has something to do with it. And I wonder if you've had the opportunity to really study the science that Dr. Wells talks about. And because, you know, I hear science, but then there's other science. We need truth. We need the whole truth. Truth is what sets people free. And the people I heard on April 28th and the previous time were people who'd been set free. And they were courageous and vulnerable, sharing their stories for one reason only, so that they could help others. And I want to tell you something. I grew up in Regina, and we always had a rivalry with Saskatoon. Saskatoon, when they took a poll, Saskatoon always won. And that was a lot to do with their natural, beautiful scenery, as well as a good university and so many things. So anyhow, when you voted that night to agree with Saskatoon's bylaw, I thought, why? A number of years ago, a previous mayor found a great marketing tool for Regina because we needed help. We weren't growing. And he found a logo, I Love Regina, and he sold it. He sold it. He went to different provinces, and people started moving here.
Ms. Wright, can we come back around to the bylaw issue itself?
Yes, I am, and that's what I'm coming to. What I'm saying is, I think it's time for Regina to come out under the shadow of Saskatoon and find our own identity again. We did back then. I Love Regina, but we need to find it again. And I believe it's in respect and freedom of speech, which is part of the Charter of Rights, and that Regina, once again, has to advertise ourselves as respectful, loving people.
Thank you, Ms. Wright, very much for your presentation. I'm just going to give council a moment to determine if they have any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your written presentation and submission to council and for your presentation here this afternoon. And I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Jose Ruba from Calgary, Alberta. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and please confirm where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Masters and Councillors. I'm Jose Ruba, and though I'm in Calgary, I represent Free to Care, which includes friends and supporters in Regina. Conversion bans are an important discussion that all Canadians need to have, so I appreciate the chance to be able to speak to you. And if Canadians are being harmed, we need to stop it. But as someone who received counseling to reduce my unwanted, non-heterosexual behavior myself, I especially don't want anyone to be harmed because that could have happened to me. And as someone who's benefited from this counseling, I want to encourage you as counselors to realize you can support a conversion therapy ban, but you don't have to support this conversion therapy ban. In fact, there are 132 governments that have passed or are about to pass conversion therapy bans around the world, and only 9 use the definition found in your bylaw. And I was accused last time of making up false claims, but I have all the links of all these governments, and I'd be glad to share that with you so you can look it up yourself. In fact, the definition found of conversion therapy in your appendix does not match the definition in the bylaw itself. So permit me to make 3 points. First, it is clear the definition in the bylaw is not the same as the one used by the medical community. It's not even the definition used by the religious communities that recently signed a letter endorsing conversion therapy ban. The CPA defines conversion therapy or reparative therapy as something that refers to any deliberate attempt to change the sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression of any person. It can include prayer or religious rites, modification of behaviors, or individual or group counseling. By the way, this definition in the CPA is found right in the abstract of your motion. The religious leaders that signed a letter said conversion therapy is talk therapy, behavioral or aversion therapy, group therapy, treatment, spiritual counseling, or drug-induced treatments that attempt to change someone's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, and that should not be allowed, full stop. So it's clear that conversion therapy is defined as counseling to change orientation. In contrast, the definition that you have in your bylaw actually bans both orientation change and behavioral change counseling, even if that behavioral change counseling is not about changing orientation. The word that's specific that shows this is the word "or" in the definition that says conversion therapy means the definition when used for the purpose of changing a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, or for the purpose of repressing, reducing non-heterosexual attraction or non-heterosexual sexual behavior. The word "or" then means both counseling to change orientation or to reduce behavior, even if it's not meant to change orientation, is now considered conversion therapy. Remember, only 9 governments around the world define conversion therapy this way, and none of them are medical groups. Secondly, the exploration exemption in the bylaw does not protect this kind of behavioral counseling that I received. It allows for exploration counseling, but then it states that counseling cannot favor a sexual orientation or gender identity, which defeats the purpose of exploration. You cannot explore your sexual orientation or gender identity if you cannot favor an identity. In practice, this means counselors will not be able to provide any direction for their client, even when their client seeks that direction. As well, this phrase about exploration is not found in most conversion therapy bans in the world. Let me give you some examples. In Massachusetts, a very liberal state, says sexual orientation and gender identity change efforts shall not include practices that do not attempt or purport to impose change of an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity. Vancouver defines conversion therapy as the practice of conversion therapy or therapy as scientific techniques that attempt to persuade persons to change their sexual orientation or gender identity is seriously harmful and imposed by these medical associations. Ontario, PEI, Miami, Vermont, among many other governments use the same language. This is not the language that's used by your definition in your bylaw. And this difference makes a very big point for people like me, and that's my last point. When I called counseling agencies to help me reduce my porn addiction, I was told I could get help to reduce the porn addiction, but I couldn't say that it was gay porn addiction. Why? Because it would be reducing my unwanted behavior, even if I wasn't trying to change my orientation. Now imagine a straight person being told that when they were seeking support to reduce their porn addiction. The best way to rectify this is to simply use the definition of conversion therapy that's found in your appendix, which is the medical definition, and use it as part of the bylaw itself. That would fix what you have in your bylaw and make sure your bylaw conforms to the professional and medical definition used by governments around the world. Thank you for letting me share my story.
Thank you, Mr. Ruba. I'll give council 1 moment, please. I have Councillor Moule.
Yes.
Jojo, for presenting. So you tried to seek counseling for yourself.
Yes.
In Calgary, and you were denied counseling, correct?
Well, they would say you can come in to get counseling for your gay porn addiction, but don't mention that it's gay. And I asked the counselors, there's at least 3 counselors that said that to me. And I said, well, what's the use of doing that if I can't talk about what I'm attracted to or addicted to? And one of the counselors said, well, that's sort of a gray area. But you can come in, just don't mention it's a gay porn.
So the bylaw that is drafted in Calgary is similar to the bylaw in Regina?
Absolutely. It's one of the 9 governments I mentioned that use this bylaw definition. Other municipal governments like and other provincial governments like Ontario, Nova Scotia, the Yukon, I think it's Sherwood Park, they don't use this definition because it's not a definition used by any medical association.
Okay. So if you were to seek this counseling in Regina, you would not receive it in Regina either under the current wording of this bylaw.
Right. Well, I would have to pretend it's not gay porn. I would have to come in and say it's porn addiction, but they won't let me talk about what I'm actually watching or looking at because that would be reducing my non-heterosexual behavior.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Mr. Ruba, for speaking today. I have a question in regards to your own experience as we lay our bylaw, and from someone which you've indicated you are gay. How does this feel if you are not going to be represented or excluded in this bylaw if it goes forward? Again, I've heard, I just want to know your thoughts or the impact this will make to people similar to yourself.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. Remember, Councillors, the dictionary itself defines sexual orientation as a set of attractions, a set of feelings towards somebody. Behavior is part of that, but it's not the only thing. And so people like myself who may want to manage our unwanted behavior, if it's non-heterosexual, would be limited in getting support. So this bylaw as written right now actually discriminates against the LGBTQ people because straight Canadians could get counseling to reduce their behavior without anyone challenging that counseling as a change in orientation. There's a world of difference between trying to change someone's orientation and someone like myself who's just trying to manage my behavior. And both are banned right now because of the word or, when all of the definitions I've cited, including the one in your own appendices or your or abstract, actually has the word including. And that means that the counseling that will be banned, the behavioral counseling would be banned, would only be banned if it's trying to change someone's orientation. And that makes sense because that's how the CPA, that's how all the medical associations in North America define conversion therapy.
Thank you. You've indicated that the abstract within our bylaw is part of the definition of conversion therapy of the CPA, but the one that we have crafted, our definition in the bylaw, is not part of that, of the CPA.
Right, it's actually drafted by politicians in Saskatoon. Now, I figure people in Regina don't want to copy everything Saskatoon does, and it would make more sense to trust the experts at the CPA than the people who are political leaders in Saskatoon with something as sensitive as this. And the fact of the matter is, like I said, of the 136 governments, only 9 use this kind of definition, and none of them are medical definitions. So I would encourage you to go with the majority, go with the experts, and use the definition that the medical community actually uses.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no other questions from council, I'll thank you again for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this afternoon, Mr. Ruba, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, bye-bye.
Council, we are 4 minutes from 5:30. I would need a motion for continuance if we're going to continue listening to delegates. City Clerk has ordered in supper for 6 o'clock, and we could break at that point in time and continue on. Any opposed to a continuance right now with that kind of game plan in place? Hearing none, we'll continue on until 6 o'clock. We'll recess at that point in time and finish this up tonight. I'd call upon delegation Tria Donaldson. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me?
Can, yes. Please proceed.
Okay, great. My name is Tria Donaldson. I am a resident of Ward 3 in Treaty 4 territory in the homeland of the Métis. I'm calling you from my vehicle in Norman View West, so I apologize if the quality is bad. But I'm here today as a queer woman, and I'm here today speaking in favor of a strongly worded bylaw to ban conversion therapy in Regina. Conversion therapy is rooted in the deeply harmful notion that queer and trans people are broken and in need of fixing. The pressure for young people, especially, to conform to homophobic and transphobic values can cause very real damage that is very long-lasting. Though based in the U.S., on U.S. stats, a peer-reviewed study published by the Trevor Project in the American Journal of Public Health found that LGBTQS2S youth who underwent conversion therapy were more than twice as likely to report having attempted suicide and more than 2.5 times as likely to report multiple suicide attempts in the past year as to youth who didn't go into conversion therapy. Homelessness is also a huge challenge for a lot of youth who face rejection from their homes and faith communities for their practices or behaviors, which is why organizations like Regina's own Lulu Lodge are so important. It warms my heart to see several members of the council participating in the upcoming drag show fundraisers for Lulu Lodge, and I hope that you will be as brave as all of those youth today that are living their authentic selves, as brave as them today, and take concrete steps to support LGBTQ youth in our community. I really want to see a bylaw that's in line with Saskatoon. I don't think there's any reason something that works for other communities in Canada shouldn't work in Regina. And I hope that you value and listen to voices from Regina over lobbyists that are calling in from out of province or even out of the country. I was lucky enough today to stand with around 70 other people outside of City Hall today, and it was quite beautiful to see the young folks, the seniors, everyone coming together, people from the faith community coming together to show their support for queer and trans youth and people in Regina. In the past, the City of Regina has looked to other levels of government to take action. But as the bill to ban conversion therapy federally is stalled in the Senate, and if there's an election, it will fail and there won't be a federal bill. Given the absence of a federal ban, it is more important than ever that the City of Regina follows the example set by Saskatoon and moves forward with a fulsome ban on this hateful practice immediately. I want to live in a city where politicians at all levels respect and value my queer and trans friends and family. And given the failure of 13 out of 14 Saskatchewan's members of Parliament to support this bill and the continued silence of the provincial government, we are all counting on you as City Council today to make the right choice and take immediate steps to make this city a little safer for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tria Donaldson, for your presentation. I'm going to give Council a moment just to determine whether or not there's any questions forthcoming for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your written submission for Council today, as well as your presentation this afternoon. And I would ask that you please leave the meeting now. Good to go.
Hello.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Susan Cameron. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hear you just fine. Please proceed.
Wonderful. My name is Susan Cameron, and I am here as a Regina resident. I've lived here since 1973. I live here, I work here, I go to church here, I've raised my family here, and what happens here matters to me. I am here to affirm the value and dignity of all people and to reject any therapy or practice that labels LGBTQIA+ and Two-Spirit people as anything but whole, wonderfully made individuals. Survivors of conversion therapy have come out and shared their stories. They've put in time and emotional labor, and it has taken a toll. So I am here as an ally, as a Regina resident for 47 years, to condemn the practice of conversion therapy or any efforts that attempt to change a person's sexual or gender identity through treatment. Conversion therapy has been discredited and denounced by professional and health associations in Canada, in the United States, and around the world. It has no basis in science or healthcare practices. Rather, it is a dangerous practice that is hostile to a person's identity and can result in negative mental health outcomes.
Ms. Cameron, I'm
yes.
just going to interrupt you. We're already going to pass a conversion ban therapy. This is about the specific language of the bylaw. Did you have something to say specific to the bylaw?
I assert wholeheartedly and vehemently that this bylaw must pass without any amendments, none at all.
Okay, thank you.
Would you allow me to also read into the records a message that I think every young person in Regina must receive over and over again, which is that if you are lesbian, gay,
Ms. Cameron, I'm
bisexual,
sorry, I'm going to
queer,
cut you off. This is not the intention of today. There has been multiple conversations at the floor of council on this issue already. I doubt any of us are going to disagree with what you have to say. We are attempting to stay
Wonderful.
on the bylaw. Otherwise, it has to go both ways.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much for your submission today. I see no questions from council. Thanks for the written submission as well as the presentation, and I would ask that you leave the meeting now.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the evening.
You as well. I'd like to call upon Delegation Eric Bell. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to present to City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have from you. Good evening.
Hello there. Eric Bell, proud lifelong resident of Regina, longtime listener and first-time caller. I'm here today because I am urging City Council to please pass this bylaw as it currently stands without any amendments. This process has gone on for long enough, and this should not be controversial. It is widely accepted and well documented that conversion therapy is an abusive, harmful practice that preys particularly on LGBTQ2S+ children and youth, and has devastating impacts on its victims. Conversion therapy has been denounced largely by medical and health organizations worldwide, and unfortunately, despite this, we know that it is still happening here in Canada and in our city. In fact, a recent Canadian study from last year showed that as many as 1 in 10 LGBTQ2S+ people in Canada have been victims of this practice. We've heard the stories in the past, and we know that conversion therapy has caused immense harm for so many in our community. Unfortunately, the federal government, while they did pass a bill banning it in the country, it's looking like, as we're heading to an election, that it will not pass the Senate in time to become law. So in the meantime, this bylaw will be an important stopgap to ban conversion therapy here in our community until that time when a federal law is finally put into place. Communities across Canada, from Saskatoon to Lethbridge, have successfully introduced bans in their cities. This is not new, and we are not unique. I would like to thank Mayor Masters for her leadership on this issue, and those on City Council who have been supportive and who I know have worked hard to push for this, and for all the work that the city is doing to make sure that we are a welcoming and inclusive community. I urge City Council today to do the same thing as other cities have done, to listen to the science, listen to the experts, listen to those of us in the local queer community who have worked so hard for this bylaw and who've had to sit through multiple council meetings and listen to the hate spread by some of the people, many of whom we've heard from already today, many of whom don't even live here and have no connection to this city, and who have used the City Council to call people like myself and members of the queer community perverts and sex addicts, and who wish to be able to legally continue to harm us through this abusive, horrible, and disgusting practice. Please, once again, I urge City Council to do the right thing and ensure that this bylaw passes in its entirety without any amendments that would water the bylaw down or allow conversion therapy to sneak through the cracks. It's time to end it in our city once and for all. And I strongly urge everyone on City Council to vote in favor of this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric Bell. I'm going to give my council a moment to see if there's any questions forthcoming for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for the written submission to council that you provided, as well as your presentation here this evening, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon Delegation Nicholas Schiavo. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time You may have the opportunity for any to answer any questions that council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Nicholas Schiavo. I represent No Conversion Canada, and I'm calling from Ottawa. I want to say thank you to Mayor Masters, Regina City Council, and the clerks for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm the founder of No Conversion Canada, which is a national, nonpartisan grassroots organization and registered nonprofit dedicated to ending conversion therapy or conversion practices here in Canada. No Conversion Canada works directly with conversion therapy survivors, the LGBTQ2 community, civil society organizations, medical professionals, academics, and policymakers to raise awareness about conversion therapy in Canada, develop comprehensive legislation to outlaw this abuse at all levels of government, and develop fulsome survivor supports to foster healing. We have made formal submissions to several municipalities across Canada on this issue, including the Regina Community Wellness Committee, and we have testified for the House of Commons on federal legislative efforts, namely Bill C-6. I'd like to begin by stating that as a national organization, our work reflects many individuals, organizations, and communities from coast to coast. We have a lot of experience working with survivors, local activists, civil society, and presenting to City Councils like we are today. That being said, should Regina City Council feel it is important to weigh local voices more prominently in this vote, we welcome you to do so. In our experience, municipal decisions on conversion therapy bring out well-organized and well-funded opposition, which use vast networks to fearmonger, intimidate, and spread misinformation. This process tends to be quite ugly and often leads to the re-traumatization of survivors, making it that much harder to advocate for safety. I would ask that you please listen to your community, in particular survivors and local LGBTQ2 individuals, in making the right decision that will keep this community safe. With that being said, on behalf of No Conversion Canada, I'm speaking to you to voice our full support for municipal action to ban conversion therapy in Regina and urge you to vote in favor of the prohibited businesses bylaw to help end this abuse and protect LGBTQ2 residents as soon as possible. Today, despite the overwhelming consensus of medical and health professionals, conversion therapy is so widely endorsed by some faith leaders, cultural and religious communities, and families under different guises. According to data from June 2021, as many as 1 in 10 or 10% of gay, bi, trans, and queer men and two-spirit and non-binary Canadians have experienced conversion practices. Of particular concern, the data finds that 72% started conversion therapy before the age of 20. Conversion therapy, as you know, has been widely denounced as deceptive, dangerous, and harmful by dozens of medical major health and human rights organizations around the world, including the UN, the World Health Organization, the World Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Pediatric Association. I could go on. What I want to talk to you today is that, conversion therapy is a complex and nuanced enemy, which requires a comprehensive response. While there's no silver bullet to ending conversion therapy, a layered approach, which includes grassroots, municipal, provincial, territorial, federal, and international action, is shown to have the greatest impact in protecting the safety and freedom of LGBTQ2 people. In short, municipal bylaws help save lives. It's important to note that conversion therapy bylaws and legislation are commonplace in Canada and have existed in communities for coast to coast for years. Municipal bylaws to ban conversion therapy, like the one before you, are essential for a number of reasons. Number one, they provide immediate local resource to individuals who are subjected to conversion therapy. Number two, they can help end this form of torture where provincial and territorial governments may be unwilling to do so. I'd note that there is no provincial conversion therapy legislation in Saskatchewan. Number three, municipalities are best equipped for service delivery, which is important as survivors may need help in contacting authorities, finding housing, or accessing local mental health resources. Number four, by revoking business licenses or levying heavy fines to stop organizations who commit conversion therapy, cities can have a wider impact in shutting down systemic perpetrators of conversion therapy and can often be quicker and less expensive than starting a criminal case. And number five, municipal governments can also take a proactive approach and provide funding or space in the community for local LGBTQ2 groups and organizations to support survivors and the wider community at large. Most importantly, legislation at the local level to prohibit conversion therapy sends a powerful and direct message about the kind of community you want to create, one that is open, inclusive, and welcoming to all. No one should have to change who they are or who they love to find support and acceptance in your community. While there are many individuals and organizations who would use misinformation and fear-mongering to attack these life-saving protections, we ask you to please be brave and do what's right and standing up for the safety of the most vulnerable in our communities. We welcome the opportunity to work with you and any policymaker who is interested in standing up to this barbaric abuse and we look forward to ongoing engagement with the City of Regina. Thank you for taking action on this important issue.
Thank you, Nicholas Schiavo. I'm going to give council one moment to see if they have any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Next on the item was Delegate 21-213, Amanda Flair, Brad Olson, and Tammy Wagner. The delegation is not available, and the city clerk will read into the record this delegate's submission.
Thank you, Mayor. The submission reads as follows. Dear Mayor Masters and Regina City Council, we are a collective of concerned local community service workers, social workers, psychologists, and healthcare providers who work with the child and youth population. We are glad to see the outcome of the City Council's vote to support the federal Bill C-6 and furthermore support the recommended edits from experts and 2S LGBTQ+ organizations towards the wording of the bill. We confirm and acknowledge conversion practices are alive and currently exist in our city. We have the privilege and honor to be the ear to our community's children and youth, and we directly see the detrimental impacts that family and societal influences, rejection, anti-queer, anti-trans rhetoric, and non-affirming messages can have on 2S LGBTQ+ people. According to U.S. nonprofit The Trevor Project, youth who were subjected to conversion therapy were more than twice as likely to commit suicide. Conversion therapy and practices are a dangerous and discredited practice based on the false claim that being 2S LGBTQ+ is a mental illness that needs to be cured. Conversion therapy efforts have been known to use various tactics in a deliberate attempt to change, alter, deny, or suppress a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. As a collective, we echo statements denouncing conversion therapy practices as being harmful and unethical practice from over 60+ major health and human rights organizations around the world. The American Academy of Pediatrics endorses the position, and I quote, "There is no scientific evidence that reparative or conversion therapy helps with gender dysphoria or prevents children from becoming transgender adults. Instead, experts and professional organizations believe that it inflicts lasting damage on children, it harms family relationships, and makes children feel ashamed of who they are," end of quote. Bill C-6 and the municipal bylaw are a good step to legally condemn the harms of conversion therapy practices, but we also need to go further to support and affirm young 2S LGBTQ+ people in our community. When children and youth are seen, feel safe, feel heard, and validated through their journey of identity, we create an environment that they can thrive and flourish. We are championing our City Council to use the in-depth recommendations and suggestions thus far in regards to Bill C-6 to create a city bylaw that is unique and distinctive to our community. We are advocating for the City Council to foster supportive, inclusive, and affirming environments for the 2S LGBT+ community, people in our community, that protects children and youth from the harmful practices of conversion or reparative therapy practices. Thank you for your time. No, it's good. It was read in.
Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Alan Fedoruk. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer questions that Council may have from you. Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Alan Fedoruk. I'm a resident of Regina, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I'm speaking in opposition to the bylaw as presented to this meeting, but I want to be absolutely clear. I support a ban on conversion therapy. I just can't support this conversion therapy ban bylaw. And as has been stated more than once at this meeting, it's simply because this is banning more than conversion therapy. I was disappointed at how the draft bylaw was changed, in my mind, with no notification. And it seems to me, from listening to all the delegates so far, the biggest problem that we are facing here is agreeing on a definition. Although I'm not speaking on behalf of any particular group, I do believe that the beliefs and values that I'll be expressing are held by a significant number of people in Regina. As a citizen of Regina, I take the responsibility and authority I have very seriously. During the last civil election, for example, I surveyed the candidates running for office and then measured their platform against the set of principles I hold. Mayor Masters and my counselor, Councillor Fundura, can attest to the fact that I emailed them a set of questions, and their answers helped me and my wife decide on how to cast the ballot. Madam Mayor and city councilors, when you were elected, you were given authority to make decisions that impact the lives of the members of my family, my neighbors, and our city. And so when issues like this come to council, I examine them through the filter of the 4 principles I hold to. And these are they. I believe, firstly, that parents have the right to raise their children the way they want. Secondly, I believe those we elect to serve us in civil government must respect and defend my right of belief and my freedom of religion. Third, the laws and policies of civil government must provide for the safety and security of all citizens, and especially the vulnerable that live among us. And fourthly, it is inappropriate, I believe, for any civil government to heap debt upon the backs of my children and future generations. So considering these principles one by one, I ask myself, for example, Principle 1, will this bylaw infringe on the rights of my daughters to raise their children, my grandchildren, the way we want to? And I believe the answer is yes. For example, this bylaw will restrict the kind of counseling and spiritual leadership that my daughters may want to access for their children. Under Principle 2, I ask, does this bylaw respect and defend my right of belief and freedom of religion? And I won't expand on that because clearly in the discussions that we have listened to up till now, these will not be defended. Under Principle 3, I ask, does this bylaw protect everyone, especially the vulnerable? And you may ask, who are the vulnerable in this case? And I believe among the vulnerable are some of the members of the LGBTQ plus community for whom this bylaw restricts the kind of counseling and therapy that they may want to access. And we've heard testimony about that. And as you see, there's potential that this bylaw does not adequately address at least 3 of my 4 core principles. And as I've been listening to this discussion that's gone on today, I think it crosses the 4th as well, because it sounds like to me the city, in any attempt to enforce this bylaw, could be held liable for human rights violations and then have to defend itself using our tax dollars. So my request to City Council is simply this. Before you vote on the final version of this bylaw, please ask yourself the same questions that I've just asked myself. And if you're courageous enough, before your vote today, share with each other and the public you represent how you believe this bylaw will address the 4 principles I just presented to you. Thank you for allowing me to present my views. Thank you for all you do for our city. I ask that God would bless you, and God bless Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Fedoruk. I have a question from Councillor Moll for you.
Speaking, Mr. Fedoruk, just curious, you said most vulnerable. What do you mean in regards to the most vulnerable here?
Well, we've heard, Councillor Moll, we've heard several presentations regarding who is vulnerable and in this law. And it seems to me that overall it's the LGBTQ plus community that we're trying to protect. And I affirm that 100%. But we need to protect the entire LGBTQ community. And I have to agree with one of the previous speakers who was troubled at the Community Wellness Committee meeting and then the meeting on April 28th when we heard from people of the LGBTQ plus community testifying of the kinds of help that they got from the things that this bylaw is actually going to ban. And to me, that's not protecting and giving safety to that part of the community. And my principle says, well, what I believe is that it must provide for the safety and security of all citizens. And so that's one example, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'd like to thank you very much for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening. I'll ask that you please leave the call now.
That's not protecting and giving safety to that part of the community.
Robert Dole, you have the...
Yes.
Yeah, one moment, please. You're going to have to turn off... Yes, there you go.
Yes, yes, I'm turning it off.
Thank you.
It's off.
Yeah, just one moment. I'd like to call upon Delegation Robert Dole. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Mr. Dole, I just want to caution you, I've read your written submission. It's not exactly specific to the bylaw. As I've stated previously earlier today, we've already approved that we will pass a conversion therapy ban. It's a matter of the wording now. And so if you're going to speak, I ask that you speak to the wording of the existing bylaw. Please go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for this invitation. My name is Robert Dole. I am a retired professor at the Université du Québec à Chicoutimi. I represent the survivors, victims, and casualties of conversion therapy. As far as I know, I am the only person at this meeting who has actually experienced conversion therapy. I am calling from Chicoutimi, Quebec. When we were 16 years old in 1962, my roommate and I were forced by the Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire.
I respectfully have to interrupt you, and I deeply apologize. I know it's a deeply personal experience, but we're speaking about the bylaw. We are already going to pass a conversion ban, a conversion therapy ban. We're speaking to the bylaw itself this evening and trying to limit conversation around
That's my last sentence. Can you give me just 2 minutes? I've been waiting 3 hours to talk 2 minutes.
Please proceed.
Can you do that for me?
Please proceed, sir.
When we were 16 years old in 1962, my roommate and I were forced by the Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire to undergo 2 years of psychiatric conversion therapy, aiming to cure our homosexuality. Subsequent to this conversion therapy, and I believe as a consequence of it, my friend committed suicide, and I suffered paranoid schizophrenic psychosis and was hospitalized for 15 months. The fact that conversion therapy, like any attempt to repress homosexuality, can result in suicide or psychosis should be enough reason to ban it forever, everywhere. You can read my story in my book, What Rough Beast. I am confident. Conversion therapy is based on two false assumptions. The first is that a person's sexual orientation can be changed by talking. The second is that heterosexuals are healthier and happier than homosexuals. You can read my story in my book, What Rough Beast. I am confident that in the near future, people will look back at conversion therapy with the same kind of ridicule that we now feel about the 17th century Salem witch trials. This bylaw must pass without any amendment whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Robert Dole, for that. I appreciate that.
I'm glad you do, because I've waited 53 years to tell my story, and you tell me now that you don't want to hear it, and I feel offended.
Never the intention to offend, sir, but we are here to speak about the bylaw. Seeing no questions from council, I'll thank you very much for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
mismanagement whatsoever. Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Joe Lomas. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Joe Lomas. I'm the proud father of 3 fabulous children and 6 grandchildren. We have to protect our children against unethical conversion therapy. So to this extent, I am against conversion therapy. But your proposed bill is just a bad bill. It is not well articulated or definitive. It not only prohibits conversion therapy, but also casts a broad shadow over the rights of others who are concerned vulnerable children will make wrong decisions. So I'm basically against your bill because I'm concerned over the vulnerability of our children. Now, that's my main point. But your bill is even worse than Bill C6. It goes over the top. Okay, it bans more than conversion therapy. It severely restricts the rights of the parent. As well, of course, it severely restricts the rights of experienced and qualified psychologists. But I'll move on here. I'll pass on number 3. But with respect to enforcement, this is the big one. You're talking about wording. Well, here's the wording. Okay, the bylaw refers to inspectors. Are we to assume this bylaw will be enforced by a regular bylaw enforcement officer? If so, are they trained to handle this issue? Are they professionals from a recognized institution of higher learning? The bylaw does not state that, okay? But the bylaw should be completely overhauled, as clearly it would most likely be defeated by an effective charter challenge at a later date anyway. The other point I'd like to get to, how was the $10,000 fine for an individual decided upon? Who pulled that figure out of the sky? Okay. As well, who came up with a $25,000 fine fine amount for a corporation? Like, where does that come from? Is it maybe over the end of the runway? And how was that determined? How was it determined? Anyway, the bottom line is I'm deeply disappointed in the City Council as well as the City Legal Department, and I think City Council can do much better and produce a much better bill than you have. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lomas. Councillor Mole has a question for you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lomas, thank you for presenting. Just a question, you didn't clarify where you're from.
Regina, I'm sorry. Like I say, proud. I've lived in Regina all my life.
Thank you very much.
In Lori Bresciani's ward. Hi, Lori.
Good catch, Councillor Mole. Seeing no further questions from Council, I'll thank you very much for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening, sir. I'll ask that you please leave the call now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Sorry, Council, one moment, please. Good afternoon. Could whoever's on the phone right now please identify yourself? We don't recognize the phone number as being registered for this call.
Hi, it's Aspen Huggins from
Thanks.
Pride.
Thanks, Aspen Huggins. Give me 1 second. I'd like to call upon Delegation Aspen Huggins. Please introduce yourself for the record one more time and the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good evening.
Thank you. So I'm Aspen Huggins. I am a lifelong resident of Treaty 4 territory in the place now known as Regina. I am calling from my home in Ward 6, but as a board member of Your Pride, who is here speaking on behalf of that organization today, I represent people in every part of this fine city. So I am to speak to my qualifications to speak to this today, I am a taxpayer and a parent of 2 excellent children, and I am the only delegation today that was elected by Regina's 2S LGBTQ plus community to represent our community's concerns. So Your Pride aims to set the foundation for a safer, healthier, and more vibrant community for sexually and gender diverse people in Regina, both on campus and in the community. And if Council passes this bylaw today, that would be a positive step towards these aims. Among other critical services, Your Pride has a free, culturally appropriate counseling program called Monarch Mental Health, which offers professional counseling that does not prescribe what conclusions a person might come to about themselves. Our mental health program filled to capacity within days of becoming available, in part because 2S LGBTQ plus people experience harm by living in a society that continues to stigmatize and debate us. And we are currently
Aspen Huggins, I deeply apologize. I know you do really great work there. We're speaking about the bylaw and the wording of the bylaw. You don't have to convince anybody here. We had a unanimous vote that there will be a conversion therapy ban. Do you have concerns specific to the language of the bylaw?
Yes, and some of the comments that I've heard today as well. So I wanted to acknowledge that today is International Non-Binary Peoples Day. So a special shout out to anyone that lives outside the binary. So we did want to confirm that conversion therapy does happen in Regina, and I've heard myself since I spoke in April from 3 survivors who have sought me out specifically to talk to me about my advocacy on the issue. And as confirmed by the World Health Organization, the Canadian Psychological Association, and many other health bodies, we know that conversion therapy is harmful, and these attempts to change people's gender identity or sexual orientation are traumatizing. So some have asked whether a municipal bylaw is necessary or appropriate, given that Federal Bill C6, if passed, would criminalize certain conversion therapy-related activities. So as I believe one other delegate pointed out, it's important to remember that while that bill has passed the House of Commons, the Senate hasn't passed it yet, and that means that if a federal election is called as before the Senate resumes, which is highly rumored, then the bill wouldn't become law federally. But even if criminalization at the federal level comes to pass, there is still value to having a variety of tools at different levels to tackle this problem. And having those multiple tools at multiple levels is consistent with the approach on many other issues that are addressed by multiple levels of government. So in light of all this, we urge you to vote to pass this bylaw. Some delegates have suggested changes to the wording that would weaken the wording in an attempt to create loopholes to still allow this harmful practice to continue. You must resist these attempts, Council. Most disturbingly, I've heard some delegates propose that the bylaw be limited to only protecting people against conversion attempts related to sexual orientation, while still allowing the same coercive, abusive, and harmful practices to be used against transgender, non-binary, and questioning people. Regina's 2S LGBTQ plus community refuses to be divided in this way, and I urge you not to throw gender diverse Reginans under the proverbial bus. I also invite Council not to fall for scare tactics that suggest that this will interfere with parents' ability to speak to their children about these topics. Parenting is not a business under the meaning of the Cities Act, and this bylaw would apply to businesses as defined in the Cities Act. Me talking to my children about any topic, including this, including these topics, is not a commercial activity, and while parenting is certainly a lot of work, it is not a profession, a trade, an occupation, or employment. So parents will continue to be able to speak with their kids.
Thank you.
So we
If you can wrap it up, I'll give you about another 10 seconds here.
We recommend that City Council pass this bylaw without amendments to weaken it, and to look for opportunities to support the mental health of queer and trans people in our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aspen Huggins. I have one question from Councillor Stadnichuk for you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the Mayor, a question. We heard from some delegations that they feel that this bylaw should only ban practices that are coercive. I'd like to have hear from you what you believe in terms of is more subtle forms of conversion therapy just as harmful and should be included as it is right now in this bylaw.
It is absolutely our position that the ban should apply to all forms. It is my take that attempts to change someone's gender identity or their attractions and their sexual orientation are inherently coercive and damaging. And we already get this pressure in the world, even outside of the attempts of something that's claiming to be therapy or counseling, that the world wants us to be cisgender. The world wants us to be straight. And so we already have pressure in those ways. And then if you put someone in an environment when they are, like particularly when an identity is new to them or they're still questioning and exploring, that's a vulnerable time. So, the messages that someone might give them are like affect people more deeply in those vulnerable times. And then there's additionally, in many cases, there are power dynamics involved. So when someone goes to see a therapist, for instance, and they've got degrees up on the wall, and there's this is a professional that is supposed to help you, etc. Even if that person isn't using physical force or anything like that, there is a power dynamic there that puts a level of coercion in there, and it's harmful at the moment that it's happening, and it's also harmful in the way that if I am given these messages, that I take them home and I carry them with me, and they keep doing harm after the moment of the quote-unquote treatment, that I continue to be affected by those messages even after the fact. Which is very different, of course, than the bylaw as proposed has that really good part in the definition about explicitly allowing any kind of counseling that let people explore and develop their identity. And so through that exploration, people might come to any different number of conclusions, but it's about that specifically trying to drive towards a particular outcome, that's when it's harmful.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Seeing no further questions from council, I'll thank you very much for both your written submission and your presentation, as well as your answers to council tonight, Aspen, and I'll ask that you now please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Russell Mitchell-Walker. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members of council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Russell Mitchell-Walker, Minister of Eastside United Church in Regina, who's a gay member of the Regina queer community as well. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and for your initiative in supporting the creation of a bylaw which will move us toward a more inclusive city. Banning two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, or 2S LGBTQ conversion efforts is an important step to communicate to us LGBTQ community in Regina that we are welcomed and accepted as we are in all communities within this city. You will note that I use the words efforts and not conversion therapy, as given what we know about these practices, therapy is a misnomer. I'm going to skip over what I was going to say about being an affirming ministry as public, intentional, and explicit in our welcome, in order to say that this bylaw does not hinder my ability as a minister to have open conversations with those who are sorting out their sexual and gender identity, because I'm not going to try and convince them not to be who they are, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. Today, we celebrate that this work to ban the harmful practice of seeking to change one's inherent identity is supported by a number of congregations and communities of faith. You will have received a letter that we have written to the City Council that has been signed by close to 50 faith leaders from not just Christian churches, but also other faiths, having faith leaders signed from the Jewish, Muslim, and Sikh faiths. There were a number of others from the Anglican and Catholic traditions who would have signed if they were allowed to by their hierarchy. As a Christian, I believe I'm called to a life of love and compassion following the teachings in the gospel of Jesus, whose message was one of love, compassion, standing with the marginalized and oppressed, and creating a community of inclusion for the outcast, the lepers, the oppressed in society. 2S LGBT conversion efforts are neither loving nor compassionate as they work to go against one's inherent self-identity and being as created by God. Those who engage in these practices often base them on a superficial reading of Scripture and not on the cultural and social context of the readings of the few passages that are believed to refer to homosexuality. Indeed, in all of Jesus' teachings and admonishments against behaviors and practices that were offensive and against God, he does not address homosexuality at all. Not once in any of the Gospels is it named. The message that the church has offered over the years that homosexuality is sinful and needs to be changed has caused great pain, spiritual abuse, and leads to suicide rates for LGBT folk to be up to 4 times higher than their heterosexual peers, especially for youth. A good recent example of this spiritual abuse is in the movie Boy Erased, which stars Nicole Kidman. I encourage you to watch it to get a sense of the realities of the damage these kinds of spiritual practices do to an individual, who in this case willingly went for such a so-called treatment. We need to resist any attempts to allow this kind of practice to anyone, whether it is by choice or not, because it is abusive. This would include any addition of sexual addiction or other behavioral treatment, which is exclusively related to homosexuality. In looking at the proposed bylaw, I would like to make a few comments and suggestions. With regard to point A, the inclusion of, quote, the offering of provision of counseling or behavior modification techniques, unquote. While this is important, following discussion in our group about it and in consulting with Dr. Chris Wells, an expert in the area of 2S LGBTQ conversion efforts, he suggests including, quote, behavioral or aversion therapies. With this change, it would read, quote, the offering or provision of counseling or behavior modification techniques, behavioral or aversion therapies, unquote. We also recommend, again after consulting with Dr. Chris Wells, that in order for the definition to be more comprehensive, that the words repressing or discouraging be added so that it is changed to read, conversion therapy means the following when used for the purpose of changing, repressing, or discouraging a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, or for the purpose of repressing or reducing non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. The addition of repressing or discouraging are also important elements of conversion efforts that need to be banned. Finally, under fines, it would be important to add more strength to the bylaw by adding a clause that would restrict the use of grants, funding, facilities, or other contributions, financial or otherwise, to organizations or individuals that practice or promote conversion efforts. All of these changes are important to ensure that this practice does not continue within the city and would send a clearer message that the city is truly committed to supporting the 2S LGBTQ community under its jurisdiction. Thank you again for your time and support.
Thank you, Russell Mitchell-Walker, for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening. I'll give my council a moment to determine if anyone has any questions.
Thank you.
Seeing none, I'll thank you again very much and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thanks very much.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Carla Taylor Brown. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions that council members may have for you. Good evening. Carla Taylor Brown, I think you're on mute.
Hello?
There we are. We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you for this opportunity to address council. So this proposed I'm Carla Taylor Brown, and I'm from Regina, and I'm representing myself. The proposed bylaw concerns me in a number of aspects, many of which have been addressed by people here today. And so I have only 5 minutes, so I will focus on 2 points. First, I want to be clear that I'm against forced conversion therapy, but I'm also against unnecessary legislation. And this legislation brings up a lot of questions for me because when we pursue legislation, whether we're making rules in our own homes or creating bylaws in our cities or laws governing our country, we must have clear and logical reasons to do so. Anytime we bring in a new law or rule, it must be to fix some problem or alleviate some suffering not addressed by any current legislation, and it must be within our jurisdiction to do so. Further, our rules or laws must serve the people for which they are created. To add a bylaw where there was no demonstrated need or where there already exists legislation that covers it, or where it is outside of our jurisdiction, would be a waste of taxpayer money and evidence of an ideological striving that is beyond a council's mandate. So I asked the council, what are the statistics on the need for this bylaw in Regina? How many complaints have come in recent years from Reginans suffering from conversion therapy, forced or not? How many businesses will this affect? Considering forced conversion, as far as I understand it, there are already laws that criminalize such action. Has Regina Police Service reported problems with enforcement of the existing laws that this particular bylaw will address? And how exactly will the bylaw be enforced? These are questions I have. Secondly, why has council gone even farther than the federal government's Bill C6 and made all conversion therapy illegal, even that which is sought by consenting adults? Not only are the definitions of conversion therapy and prohibited activities vague, but not specifying a forced or coerced aspect results in a bylaw that is an overreach and paternalistic in its approach. There have been business licensing issues before the council in recent years, such as strip clubs and massage parlors, where the council has made concerted efforts to not make moral judgments upon the owners and patrons of such businesses, even when compelling evidence of harm in and related to the businesses is presented. Bylaw 2021-51, as is, would seem to create a double standard in the city of Regina. Therefore, this bylaw, as far as I can understand it, will take away the agency of Regina citizens, not empower or protect them. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor Brown. I'm just going to give my council a moment to determine if any of them have any questions for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this evening, as well as the written submission that you provided to council in advance. Most appreciated, and I would now ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Cam Fraser. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to answer questions that any member of council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor Masters and members of City Council for having me. My name is Cam Fraser. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the minister at Knox Metropolitan United Church, an affirming ministry of the United Church of Canada, and I'm speaking with the endorsement of our church board. I am speaking to you from Regina, and as it's been acknowledged by another delegation, I'm happy to recognize that this is International Non-Binary People's Day. Knox Metropolitan United Church is in support of the bylaw as presented today.
I think my colleague Russell Mitchell-Walker from Eastside offered some excellent suggestions, particularly around clauses added around grants, facility use, that are well worth your consideration. The abstract to your bylaw in the meeting material acknowledges that conversion therapy is harmful to persons of all ages and in all forms, whether or not the person has consented to this treatment. And I think that's been echoed by other presenters. I think that's very, very important, and appreciate that it's been emphasized. And your same abstract acknowledges that a prohibition against such efforts is deemed necessary. We absolutely agree with you and would urge that the bylaw be passed in a very strong way to emphasize this. As a church, we acknowledge that Christian organizations have long been and continue to be not only a part but a major source of harm to two-spirit LGBTQ persons through overt attempts to change and convert, but also through creating environments in which self-loathing and desperation to conform sees people seeking to change things about themselves that never should have been for them a source of shame or condemnation. And this is one more area where sadly the church has not proven ourselves worthy of the trust given to us in regards to the precious lives of human beings. We are working to do better, and we acknowledge that as a community we are doing the same, and this is part of your work today with this bylaw. Becoming a community where all people can thrive is paying attention to the particular needs of particular people, and that's what you're doing with this bylaw. As worded today without amendments, I believe you're doing so. We've acknowledged that being an affirming church is the beginning of the work and not the end, and we hope that City Council will view this in a similar light, and there are many issues that would, in addition to a ban, create safety and participation for peoples that I think you are well positioned as municipal government to work on. In adopting this bylaw, you make a very clear declaration that to this city, queerness, transness, being intersex, non-binary, bisexual is something to be celebrated and not changed, not cured, not prayed away, or in any other way fixed. There are so many individuals and organizations in the city who are doing important work in this area, and we hope you will follow their leadership and guidance as you go beyond the ban. I hope that all of us, you as a council, we as church communities, and the whole of Regina have been paying attention to the events of the past month, both before and during these public conversations, which have shown not only the violent rhetoric that particularly trans people must endure, but also the resilience, strength, and leadership shown in this community by two-spirit LGBTQ persons. The fact that 13 out of 14 Saskatchewan MPs voted against a federal bill addressing this issue tells us something about the environment in which queer and trans folk in this province find themselves. This moment in this bylaw is an opportunity for Regina to make a clear statement. I believe that concerns around the provision of legitimate therapies have been raised both here nationally and in other jurisdictions, and folks with expertise, including therapists, have addressed these. Concerns around family autonomy and religious freedoms have been raised, and folks with legal expertise have repeatedly reassured you that legitimate, caring conversations and open and affirming environments are not at stake. I do not believe that me or my colleagues will be hindered in the support that we are able to offer folks who are distressed and struggling with this bylaw in place. And as a parent, I am not concerned about how this will affect my ability to care for my children. I believe that you are focused in this bylaw on what is overwhelmingly agreed to be harmful. The language speaks of for the purpose, and it focuses on what these efforts are trying to do. I do not believe that people are going to misuse a bylaw to attack freedoms. I think there are checks and balances against this, and I believe that arguments to the contrary seek to sow confusion. Supporters are seeking a bylaw that will protect people and their own dignity because, as the words to your abstract state, conversion therapy is harmful to persons of all ages and in all forms, whether or not the individual has consented to that treatment. And so my thanks for your work to ensure that Regina is a safer place to be queer, to be trans, to be non-binary, to be bisexual, a place to know that you are cared for and invited to contribute to a community that is a good home for all who live here. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. I'm going to give my council a moment to determine if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for the written submission that you provided to council in preparation for this evening, as well as your presentation here this evening. I would ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much.
We have one delegate that hasn't called in, so we will move to Delegate 21-222. I would like to call upon Delegation Wes Ransom. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to answer any questions that Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Wes Ransom from Regina. I am presenting on behalf of myself. Your Honor, Madam Mayor, and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present. As someone who suffered harm as a result of an attempt to convert me to a heterosexual, or non-heterosexual, sorry, I am opposed to this bylaw. I am opposed because this bylaw would allow the harm that I experienced, but would disallow the recovery that I experienced. My recovery was through the power of prayer, prayed by people that I probably didn't even know were praying for me, but it was prayer. I know that you would like the good publicity that would come from passing this bylaw today, and I know that you're tired from the long meeting and would like that good publicity on a special day for non-binary people. But I would respectfully ask that you consider, especially the last point in my presentation, that you delay the effective date of the bylaw to allow the city time to notify those businesses that they feel contravene this bylaw in their current operations, so that they have the full 90 days to decide what options they want to use, including those provided in the Cities Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ransom. I'm going to give my, Council a moment to determine if there's any that have questions for you. Seeing none, thank you very much for your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening. I would ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Delegation 21-223, I would like to call upon Delegation Marty Moore. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good evening.
Good evening, Your Worship and City Councilors. My name is Marty Moore. I'm calling from Calgary on behalf of the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. It's a privilege to present to you this evening. I know it's been a long day, and thank you for just being willing to receive this presentation. I was raised in Saskatchewan, attended the University of Saskatchewan College of Law, and have many friends there in the Queen City. Professionally, I practice exclusively in the area of constitutional rights and freedoms on a pro bono basis. And for the last few years, I've been receiving a lot of concerns from people across Canada, and indeed across Saskatchewan, including Regina, about legislative moves to ban counseling and talk therapy and even conversations under the definition of conversion therapy. And these concerns have been raised by counselors, by faith communities, support organizations, and most notably by LGBTQ persons themselves. And I think it's important as we, kind of wrap up this meeting to note that no one is in favor of abuse, coercion, and torture, but the text of the proposed bylaw does not include those terms. And I think a great deal of the divisiveness around this issue comes from the changing definition in terms like conversion therapy that are utilized. The bylaw itself actually utilizes a different definition of conversion therapy than is utilized in its own abstract. The CPA quote in the abstract does not include counseling to reduce unwanted non-heterosexual sexual behavior as conversion therapy, while the bylaw expressly prohibits that as, quote, conversion therapy. So while conversion therapy is commonly understood to reference coercive and abusive practices to change someone's sexual orientation, the definition in this proposed bylaw broadly prohibits the mere offering or provision of counseling or behavior modification techniques and any treatment, service, practice, or even the offering or sale of any goods, which could include a book, is subjectively done with a particular purpose in mind. So the bylaw is not, in fact, targeting harmful and abusive practices. Rather, it's specifically targeting subjective goals. So to be enforced, it would require the city, by law enforcement, to seek to determine the subjective mental state of a person who may be offering a book, giving counseling, or even praying with someone, rather than evaluating an objectively harmful practice done to an LGBTQ person. And so legally, there's two issues that I would submit should be legally considered when enacting a bylaw. One would be, is that within the jurisdiction of the city to do that, and the second would be, does it violate the fundamental rights and freedoms protected by the Charter? And in regard to the first issue, I understand that the City Council is not really interested at this point in considering whether it should or shouldn't be adopting a bylaw on this issue, but I think it is relevant to point out that the bylaw itself clearly states that its objective is denouncing conversion therapy. So under the Supreme Court of Canada case law, if a bylaw's, quote, dominant purpose is to express moral disapproval, it's not going to be found to be within the jurisdiction of the city. It will be found to be ultra-virus. So, of course, expressing moral disapproval is within the exclusive authority of Parliament to legislate on the area of criminal law. And, you're aware that the federal government has proposed a ban in Bill C-6, and that definition is quite similar to this definition here, but the federal ban does not apply to any offering of goods, so it wouldn't apply to books, whereas this ban actually would include that. And it's been noted that most of the Saskatchewan MPs have voted against that federal ban. I think it's relevant to note the reasoning. Warren Steinley, one of your MPs in Regina, is quoted in the media as indicating his opposition to Bill C-6 is on the basis that it failed to target coercive practices and rather included conversation. And the Regina MP who supported the federal ban is quoted in the media saying that his vote was essentially on the basis that, quote, nobody is in favor of forced conversion therapy. And I think it's important to point out that the federal ban, like this proposed bylaw, applies to much more than forced conversion therapy. And this bylaw would apply expressly to counseling and conversations that are consensual, as stated in the abstract. So on to the second concern legally, and that is, of course, the violation of fundamental freedoms and charter rights. This proposed bylaw is a complete ban on a broad range of counseling and therapeutic objectives related to individuals' gender identity, gender expression, and sexuality, regardless of whether individuals are consenting to and personally pursuing those objectives. And of course, that raises incredible constitutional concerns. We live in a free and democratic society where individuals are presumed to have the right to choose what kind of conversations to have, information to receive, and indeed what kind of therapy that they want to get. There are, or there were, I should say,
Mr. Moore, I'm going to interrupt you. You've gone past 5 minutes. If you wanted to wrap it up, I'll give you a few more seconds.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I think I'll just comment briefly on the exception clauses. There used to be an exception clause that would allow individuals to access care to reduce and repress sexual attraction or behavior if unrelated to a desire to be heterosexual, in other words, for sexual addiction or behavior. But that's been now removed, so that leaves this bylaw as a discriminatory instrument against LGBTQ persons. And the other exception clause is so vague that it wouldn't permit counselors to offer those services to LGBTQ persons, and in fact would even really prohibit faith communities from also engaging in conversations on these issues, since faith communities do, in their own beliefs, often favor particular sexual expressions and gender identities. And so I'll be available for any questions, and I have submitted a brief written comment about the bylaw. So thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions from Councillor. Councillor Zakidniak?
Thank you. I do have one question. Is your organization or any of its recent elected members under investigation for unethical and unprofessional behavior?
I don't believe it's relevant to the issue at hand.
Well, I think it's relevant to the credentials of him speaking on behalf of his organization.
The bylaw.
Your Worship, if you'd like me to respond, I'll be happy to respond, but I'll take your direction on that, Your Worship.
All right. Please go ahead.
Well, I think the important question here for the City of Regina is what is written in this bylaw, and if there are concerns with any of the material that I've stated, I'd be happy to address those. I can tell you that...
no, that's okay. Thank you. You didn't answer my question, but thank you.
Councillor Hawkins?
You assure the members of this council, elected members, and the members of the city administration that your organization has not engaged in the kind of private investigations that your organization engaged in this week with respect to the Chief Justice of Manitoba?
Again, Your Worship, I'll take your direction as to whether you want this to be a discussion of those materials.
Councillor Hawkins, relevance to the bylaw, could you express your concern?
You made a presentation, and the whole presentation depends on its credibility. And if it's true that the organization is engaged in the same kind of conduct with respect to this issue, this council, these administrators that it engaged in this week in Manitoba, that undermines the credibility completely. If the answer is no, we haven't investigated you or stalked you, that stands as an answer.
Mr. Moore, would you like to answer the question?
Councillor Hawkins, I can assure you that no investigations or stalkings, as you put it, has been undertaken. I'm aware of media reports, and I had no knowledge of those until the media reports were undertaken. I believe there are public statements on that issue. As far as addressing the credibility of my statements that have been raised to City Council, I'd be happy to address any perceived statements that you don't find credible in the presentation that I've given. But again, I think for the City Council, the most important issue here is the wording of the bylaw before it and ensuring that Regina residents' charter rights and freedoms are not infringed.
Thank you. One further councillor has some questions. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Just in regards to what you've indicated for the Section D. Section D was originally in, it was removed, then taken out. But I just want to be clear, we did hear from an individual today that is concerned that they will not be able to seek counseling. So he is part of the LGBTQ community, will not be able to seek counseling. You have indicated, if you can just elaborate, is that accurate through the chair?
Yes, with the removal of Section D from the bylaw that I reviewed on Friday, which allowed individuals to access care to reduce behavior if unrelated to a desire to be heterosexual, and that would include sexual addiction and I believe a desire to be celibate. With that removal, the bylaw itself states that it prohibits individuals from receiving therapy, counseling, etc., that is related to the goal of reducing or repressing non-heterosexual sexual behavior. And so if someone, an LGBTQ person, is dealing with a sexual addiction, they are seeking counseling to reduce that sexual addiction, this bylaw by its own terms would then prohibit them from seeking counseling, seeking a therapy to reduce that unwanted non-heterosexual sexual behavior. Now, there remains an exemption clause for the exploration and development of an integrated personal identity, but that does not permit a counselor to provide a service to help reduce an individual's unwanted and addictive non-heterosexual sexual behavior, which is categorically prohibited by the bylaw. So I'm afraid that the individual's concerns are valid with the removal of that particular clause.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. That last question triggered one for me through the chair. You had a very pointed statement there that the councillor cannot provide assistance in stopping unwanted sexual behavior. Can you just expand on that, how that would work? Why it wouldn't be able to be obtained?
Well, the bylaw itself says that consent is not relevant to whether a practice or treatment or service is prohibited as conversion therapy. And the bylaw, by its own terms, prohibits expressly any therapy for the purpose of repressing or reducing non-heterosexual sexual attraction or non-heterosexual sexual behavior. And again, that's a very clear prohibition, and that's where that pointed statement comes from. If the definition in the abstract of the bylaw was added to this bylaw, replaced the bylaw that the definition of conversion therapy that's actually in Exhibit A of the bylaw, they would be different because the definition in the abstract does not include that very express prohibition on treatments for the purpose of repressing or reducing non-heterosexual sexual behavior. And that's where the issue, and that's where my statement stems from.
So in other words, if I was a gay person, I couldn't receive treatment for sexual addiction?
Yes, this bylaw itself would prohibit you from receiving treatment to reduce even unwanted non-heterosexual sexual behavior, including addictive non-heterosexual sexual behavior.
And would that be because you cannot cure gay, but you could cure sexual addiction? Is that why it breaks down that way? Because gay is
I have no idea why this particular... Sorry, Councillor, I cut you off.
I was just pointing out that you can't cure addiction to gay pornography because addiction to gay pornography, it's the addiction to pornography that's the problem, not the problem that a person was gay. To even represent it that way is misleading. Would that not be correct?
I'm not exactly sure what the purpose of this particular ban is, to say that only non-heterosexual sexual behavior is what's prohibited from being reduced by therapy. But what the effect of it would be that, yes, if you're addicted to gay sexual behavior, you're not allowed to get access to reduce that addiction. But if you're addicted to straight or heterosexual sexual behavior, this bylaw wouldn't affect you at all.
Yes, but my understanding from a professional would be that you can get treatment for sex addiction, but you cannot get truly treatment for homosexuality because it's not a sickness. It's defined in medical manuals as well. It's been taken out as a diagnosed problem. So how could you cure something that's not a problem is my question.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to comment on the medical statements in that regard. I'll just be able to comment on the interpretation of the text of the bylaw itself.
Thank you. I was wondering that all afternoon with the way this was being presented. Thanks.
Councillor Shaw.
I have one question, possibly two, depending on how you answer this. For you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask the question, if D was included in our bylaw, would that exclude anybody?
I would like to answer that question helpfully, Councillor Shaw, through the Mayor. I don't exactly know what you mean by excluding anyone. I'm assuming by excluding anyone from their ability to receive treatment or services?
So, yes, I'm kind of getting at the fact that if we do include D, would that be harmful to anybody? And if we don't include D, would that be harmful to a certain amount of people? So I'm trying to figure out what's the best solution in D. Through you, Madam Mayor. If you can help answer there, just kind of clarify that for me. Is that possible?
Sure. Well, the clarity of D is that individuals seeking to reduce sexual attraction or behavior for a purpose unrelated to a desire to be heterosexual, including for the purpose of managing sexual addiction or maintaining celibacy, those would be the individuals who are benefited. So they could then, without interference from the city, obtain counseling and their counselor or their supportive religious leader wouldn't be subject to the $10,000 fine per occurrence. So that would be the individuals who are benefited. Now, the fact that we don't have, we're not talking about, there's nothing in D that says abusive, coercive, or forced practices are permitted. So I don't see what the harm would be in D itself, not in the language.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions from council, thank you very much, Mr. Moore, for both your written submission as well as your presentation here this evening, and I'll ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Gisela Stum. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing. If any, I apologize, Council, we just lost her again. One moment. And I apologize for having to repeat that one more time. We apologize. She's popped in and off numerous times since we've been back, Council. So I guess in the spirit of time, I would ask that could someone make a motion to receive and file Delegation 21-221 written submission by Gisela Stum. Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, could I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's a receive and file. All right. Councillor Mancinelli has done the first reading. We have seen the delegations present. Councillor Mancinelli, can you please do a second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2021-51 be read a second time.
Thank you. We open it up for council having any questions. I have Councillor Moule. Please proceed.
I'd like to move forward with amendment. I've already handed my amendment to Amber. It's been spoken about many times. Many residents in the city have reached out to me expressing their frustration with the city administration posting this bylaw with Section D included in the bylaw last Wednesday, like I mentioned earlier. Then a few days later, Section D was removed. This was confusing and shocking to say the least. Therefore, my motion will be to add Section D back into the bylaw.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak to it now, Councillor Moule? Or
Not really too much more than what I already said. Besides, I want to see this be able to cover people like Emmanuel Sanchez, who was from the city of Regina, received this counseling in the city of Regina in the past. He needed it. It helped him. And if this bylaw passes, he will not be able to receive that counseling, as he's mentioned us in the past. And Jojo is a very similar example. Jose Ruba, I believe is his name. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Councillor Moule needs a seconder for his motion. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I just want to check in with Mr. Weary. As it read, it is appropriate from a legal perspective?
Yes, it is. It's a policy choice for council to make if they want to build that in as a second exemption.
Thank you, sir. Any councillors wish to speak? Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I support the ban on conversion therapy without any further amendment. There is nothing in the bylaw which prevents counseling that does not aim at trying to change a person's sexual orientation. There is nothing in the bylaw, the proposed bylaw, that offends the charter. The bylaw is demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. We must not drive a stake into the ban on conversion by pounding exceptions into it. Most of all, we must not betray the hope and the trust that the LGBTQ2S community has placed in us. It is time to draw this debate to a close and move on to building a kinder and a more loving community in our city. I'd ask you to reject the amendment and support the ban on conversion therapy in the bylaw as proposed to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. We've heard, through you, Madam Mayor, we've heard through many emails and phone calls that this is a concern for residents in this fact, that there are people within the LGBT2 community that have reached out to me that do not want to come forward. This is a very personal issue, a discussion that's very intimate. And we need to ensure that we are protecting all of the LGBT2 community. And I would find it sad if I could go and get counseling, but from someone within the LGBT community that is gay that says, I want to seek counseling, and because I do not want to move forward on my sexuality, or for whatever reason, it doesn't matter. They should not be questioned. That's up to them. Counseling is a personal choice. And ask Mr. Weary that in the very, is there any harm? We heard this from the previous lawyer, that there is no harm, and it was in the first draft. I'm going to say call it a draft because it actually went public, so it wasn't a draft. But is there any harm in adding this in any way to anybody, other than it becomes more inclusive and does not discriminate against any of the LGBT2 community? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, as I stated earlier, it really is a policy choice for council as to how you wish to pursue this. The effect of this amendment is to narrow the scope of the definition of conversion therapy. So it would depart from the three types of conversion therapy that are set out in the federal bill and which are commonly in place with municipal bylaws that do define the ban on conversion therapy. So it would have the effect of narrowing the scope of the prohibited activity. It's a policy choice for council as to whether you, council wants to narrow it in that fashion or not.
Thank you. Again, the piece here that's very critical is that we want everyone to feel included. I don't want anyone to feel discriminated. And you shouldn't have to justify yourself as to why you want counseling. To me, we're way past that. We should be past that as a city. So, again, this is about protecting and ensuring that everyone in the LGBT2 community has an opportunity to go to counseling, ask for counseling when they want. And this is why I support this, because people wouldn't be calling us and saying this is a concern if they weren't concerned about it. But I absolutely understand why they probably don't want to come in public and speak about it. I wouldn't want to either. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I oppose this amendment for numerous reasons. One is I do not believe that there is a huge demand from our community for this exemption, for additional exemptions. In fact, the majority of people who have contacted me by email, by phone, and people that on social media who have been paying attention to this, no one was even aware of Section D. Most people did not look at the agenda for City Council until the weekend or later on the weekend. So I think that's very few people were even, they're asking me, what was Section D? Why is everyone talking about this Section D? So to say that people were calling and demanding that this be put in, I think is overstated. Everyone here could say, I have heard from so many people on this issue, and I can say without a doubt that the ratio has been 3-to-1 in terms of people who support the bylaw as it is. 3-to-1. I keep track of it because that's what I like to do, is take stats. Now, we've also heard from councillors and faith leaders who have said this will not affect their ability to counsel people. They do not see this bylaw in any way. So we have heard that from people who actually do that counseling, and I want to take their word for it that this is how they believe that they can continue to do counseling that would be respectful, and the main thing is that it's not trying to change somebody's position in terms of their sexuality or their identity. I also do not believe that the LGBTQ2S community is divided. We had a group of people that were writing chalk messages out front before this meeting started today. Many of them from that community, and they're very strongly in support of this bylaw as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. Apologies, Councillor LeBlanc. I think you were next in the queue. Please proceed.
Thank you. I also oppose this proposed amendment, and the reason I do is because I think it waters down the protection that we provide to members of our queer community. So I don't think it's any great achievement on our part that we might protect queer people less in Regina, but offend those who would convert them to a lesser extent. So I think our job is to protect the vulnerable in our community, and that's part of it. I want to highlight two pieces of recent history of this council in order to suggest that the consistent position is to vote against this amendment. The first is our meeting minutes from April 28th, when we last discussed this. So we voted unanimously 11-0 to join the Canadian Psychiatric Association in being opposed to conversion therapy because, quote, such therapy is based on the assumption that queer identities indicate a mental disorder and or the assumption that the person could and should change their sexual orientation. I think given that we adopted that position 2 months ago, it's not consistent for us to now water that down. I think the more recent action that requires us to vote against this amendment is what we did on June 9th. So my recollection is that was our council meeting during Pride Week. On my recollection, everybody in attendance at that meeting wore an I Love Regina Pride t-shirt. I think that means we're standing as allies with that community. I want to suggest that signifying being an ally in June 9th doesn't mean very much. This is where the rubber hits the road. On July 14th, will you vote with the community who we've heard from or not? And I think signaling that we're allies 6 weeks ago requires action from us now, and I suggest that that action is to vote against this proposed amendment and in favor of strong prohibitions on this abusive practice against members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor LeBlanc. Councilor Sakidniak.
Thank you. I also oppose this amendment, and we have heard from many counselors saying that this will not impede their ability to provide counseling. As I mentioned in a previous meeting, my own parents are counselors, they're therapists, and I did check in with them to do my due diligence, and they both assured me that in no way would this bylaw as presented impede their efforts to be able to offer counseling to anybody who wanted it. Without a predetermined outcome of what that counseling with the predetermined outcome of that counseling. And to the question of what's the harm of exemption D, I would like to offer that I believe that it opens up a loophole so that a person is able to offer therapy design, as long as they're able to spin it in saying that it's for a sexual addiction or celibacy, that it opens up the loophole that they may be able to still practice something that could be considered conversion therapy as long as they're able to spin it in that manner. So that is what I see the harm in this proposed amendment, and I think that it is intentional that folks have tried to get us who are part of an organized movement against the gender and sexually diverse community to add this sort of loophole to our bylaw. So that's what I believe the harm is. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers to the motion, Councillor Moule, would you like to close off debate?
Nothing further on the topic besides I had many residents reach out to me in Ward 10 in this regard. I do have more comments later, but in regards to this, nothing further.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Mr. Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I will begin with Councillor Moule, please. Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Shaw.
Opposed.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
Councillor Findura.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
It is defeated on a 2-9 vote. Mayor?
All right. Well, apparently we'll treat this like a normal issue. So any councillors can wish to speak to the bylaw before them. Councillor Moult.
Okay. My comments on this bylaw are lengthy. So this is my shortened version of my speech. I'll post the rest of the speech on Facebook as I cannot complete it within my allotted time here. I want to start out by saying that I'm certainly against any abusive, coercive, and manipulative practices regarding conversion therapy and agree it should be banned as such. It is unfortunate because we had a motion in April that quotes the Canadian Psychological Association and the Canadian Psychiatric Association, but their definition of conversion therapy is not even the same as the definition in this bylaw. Our definition of conversion therapy is not even used by the United Nations, the United Church of Canada, and even Dr. Chris Wells himself. If this bylaw used the definition of conversion therapy used by the medical experts, such as the Canadian Psychological Association, I would support it. In fact, we can likely get unanimous support today if we made that change. This bylaw in Regina is using a political rather than a medical definition of conversion therapy that few other governments use in the world. We can and we must support a conversion therapy ban, but we don't have to support this specific ban because it bans so much more than conversion therapy. Early this morning, I finished returning my phone calls and completed all my emails in regards to conversion therapy going back to March to tally them up. And the high majority of Ward 10 residents whom I represent have told me that they are against this bylaw. Therefore, I can't support this bylaw as it is written.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I just want to add that I think this is a discussion that is very sensitive to our community. and I think it's very, can be very divisive in our community. What we've learned is that the many stories that we've heard from the LGBTQ community has been the wars that they've had to fight alone. And I think this bylaw, even though it's not perfectly going to, I guess, help all of the LGBTQ, it's going to be something that is in place to ensure that Regina is a safe place for all. But I also want to, I think, discuss about the procedures about the LGBTQ community and how they've had to almost discuss this personal sexuality in public. And I think it is a public discussion because we are looking at a bylaw, but I also think that this is very personal to many. And it's also very intimate, and I don't think that it's very, very tough for people to come forward and speak to this. But I will say that I think we all support a ban on conversion therapy. We all know that people have even said, we can't even believe we're still talking about this. So this is a learning moment, though. This is where we take our city, and we need to ensure that we have to be inclusive to everyone. And when I say that, when we talked about this back in April, we need to ensure that it just doesn't happen on Pride Day. We've heard that from the delegations, and that we actually move forward on more things in our city that support the LGBTQ community. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Seeing no other speakers, we will have a recorded vote on the second reading of the bylaw. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak,
In favor.
Councillor Shaw,
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc,
In favor.
Councillor Findura,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk,
In favor.
Councillor Moll,
Opposed.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
Second reading passes 9-1, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, can you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that Council hereby consents to that bylaw 2021-51 going to the third reading at this meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin with Councillor Mancinelli, please.
In favor.
Councillor Moll.
Opposed?
This needs to be unanimous, Mayor, so therefore the bylaw is held over till the August council meeting.
So just to be clear for new council, what that means is the final reading of the bylaw will go to August 11th, I believe, and will be read in final form that day.
It has to be unanimous to go to third reading. We haven't even gone to third reading. This is just to go to third reading. One, yeah. And there'll be no delegations or anything for the third reading.
Oh, and just to be clear, there will be no delegations heard at third reading. It would just be a reading. Okay, carried over to August 11th in terms of final reading. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to give you that one. Any opposed? I do need a seconder. Councillor Bresciani, I got you a second. Any opposed? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you very much.